Chapter 76. 76, like. Jiang Xinyan, the teacher Lu Chaoge worshipped when he played Tiangshuanji in his previous life. It can be said that he spent a lot of effort in order to join Chuanqiu Mountain and take Jiang Xinyan as his teacher. With the ability to make money, he almost failed to complete the hidden plot. Under the condition of money clearing the way. Later, by chance, he found that Jiang Xinyan's desire was a desire for words, so he went home and asked the chef hired in the villa at home for some advice. In the end, he succeeded in apprenticeship and became the only disciple and cook under the deacon Jiang Xinyan of Chuanqiu Mountain. It was also from that time that Lu Chaoge discovered that cooking was actually a very interesting thing, especially when others were particularly impressed and had eaten everything. In terms of cooking, he is indeed quite talented. The only regret is that he always felt that the dark crow raised by Jiang Xinyan must be particularly delicious, but he didn't have the chance to try it. Lu Chaoge has a lot of memories about his cold-faced master. After all, when he has nothing to do, he will go to her to brush a wave of favorability. The two often get along day and night, otherwise they would not almost have a jockey. The phenomenon of ancestors and younger brothers getting up and driving. At this moment, Lu Chaoge looked up at the sky, and the figure of the woman on the dark crow gradually overlapped with the memory. He saw the jade gourd hanging on her waist and knew that there was her favorite spirit wine in it, Chuanmian. This is a kind of spirit wine that few practitioners like. Because it is a top-grade spirit wine, it is very expensive, but the taste is very strange, and most people are not used to drinking it. Brother, I can't see through her, she is a great practitioner. Lu Dongli reminded aloud. Lu Chaoge nodded, he naturally knew Jiang Xinyan's cultivation. When he apprenticed, Jiang Xinyan was at level 60, which is the 5th realm of great perfection. Now Jiang Xinyan, even if he is a little weaker, is definitely not much worse. However, listening to Lu Dongli's words, Lu Chaoge couldn't help but glared at her. What kind of cultivation are you now? According to Lu Chaoge's enterprise-level understanding, the element of Lu Dongli's sentence is that as long as she is not a great practitioner, she can see through it at a glance. This is tricky. Lu Chaoge himself could not see Lu Dongli through detection. Because according to the mechanism of detection, if the level is higher than your own level 20, you will not be able to obtain too much basic information. Of course, if there is a high-end magic weapon that hides aura, or a spell that hides aura to perfection, it is also impossible to detect. Arrived. And these two, Lu Dongli happens to have. She had learned a set of concealment tactics from Aunt Ning, and she feared that she had already cultivated to a very high level. When Aunt Ning, a master of refining, asked what type of magic weapon she wanted, she also wanted a magic weapon that combined defense and concealment. Since then, Lu Chaoge has been completely confused about how far his own sister has cultivated, and Lu Dongli will never take the initiative to mention it to Lu Chaoge. I didn't say it before, because Lu Chaoge had been stuck in the beginning. Although based on her understanding of her brother, even if she breaks through the 5th realm in seconds, he is still stuck in the 1st realm, and it will not affect his self-confidence. However, you should always show some respect to the elder brother, right? Gradually, she got used to hiding. After listening to Lu Chaoge's words, Lu Dongli quickly turned her head away and changed the subject. Where did Mo Dongfang get to know the great cultivator? And I think his breath is disordered, and I think he was injured before. Now is not the time to chat. Lu Chaoge glared at her again and said, hey, I'll let you go this time, and next time I'll take a chance and torture you for questioning. Lu Dongli stuck out her tongue at Lu Chaoga with a guilty conscience, then got up with him, moved her slender legs, and went to meet him in front of the mountain gate. It is a guest from afar, and the other party is a great cultivator. Basic etiquette is still required. And Lu Chaoga guessed that it was probably Jiang Xinyan who rescued Mo Dongfang, that is, he was kind to Mo Min. My opportunity is indeed 3.141596. Round. Incredible. The dark crow landed in front of the mountain gate of Mo Min, and Mo Dongfang immediately saluted to Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli. Jiang Xinyan's eyes swept across the crowd, and when he swept to Lu Chaoga, after averting his gaze, he swept back to take a look. Although Chuanqiu Mountain's exercises are very special, Jiang Xinyan's interest in men is slightly lower than that of ordinary women, but Naiha Lu Chaoga is charm 10, and this skin is almost in harmony with heaven. Lu Chaoga looked at the familiar Jiang Xinyan, who could no longer be familiar, raised his head with a crooked smile, and said, I don't know what to call this fellow Taoist, Lu Chaoga, the head of the Mo Min? The wind in the mountains blew past, blowing the corner of Lu Chaoga's clothes. Today's wind is a little noisy. The world is so interesting, everything today is like a joke made by the Lord of Heaven. In the previous life, Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan were masters and apprentices. In fact, it is difficult to calculate the seniority in the cultivation world. And it is impossible to calculate. After pretending to have just learned that Jiang Xinyan had rescued Mo Dongfang, Lu Chaoga showed the enthusiasm that the head of Mo Min should have, and invited the benefactor to stay in the door for a few days. Jiang Xinyan's performance is as Lu Chaoga expected, she is cold to everyone. But it can be seen that she still has a small interest in Mo Min. For someone like her who doesn't have a lot of emotional ups and downs, a small interest is already rare. In this regard, Lu Chaoga did not care. He knew very well that Jiang Xinyan's point was there, and as long as some points were poked accurately, they could produce gratifying effects. On the way to the main hall with the guests, Lu Chaoga secretly glanced at the reputation value. Sure enough, because of Jiang Xinyan, Mo Min's reputation has increased to a certain extent. It seems that this kid Mo Dongfang is doing well, which makes her green eyes. But also because of the particularity of the spring and autumn mountain exercises, the blessing of prestige points is not large. Fortunately, Lu Chaoga has a way. Brush your favorability in the past life, and brush your reputation in this life. Eat you. To be honest, although Jiang Xinyan has a cold face, she used to have a cold expression, but her ears were red as hell, and Lu Chaoga still remembers the appearance of Xiafei's cheeks, and feels that it has a different flavor. After arriving at the main hall, everyone took their seats one by one. It stands to reason that spirit tea should be served to entertain guests, but Lu Chaoga knew that Jiang Xinyan was the least fond of tea. He glanced at the jade gourd and said with a smile, "Do you like drinking, but not tea?" Jiang Xinyan looked at him, nodded slightly, but did not deny it. That fellow Taoist can do whatever he wants, and it's okay to drink alcohol, Lu Chaoga said. She took off the jade gourd around her waist, opened the stopper, and the rich aroma of wine immediately filled the hall. Lu Chaoga took a sniff and started his performance. Hey, this wine fragrance. But the spirit wine, spring sleep? Jiang Xinyan was about to drink, but his movement stagnated slightly. Chuanmian, this wine is very small, very few people like it, and the price is expensive. This little-known head of the Mo Min, could he tell the difference by smelling the wine? Exactly. Jiang Xinyan replied with a cold voice. Lu Chaoga smiled and said, if I remember correctly, this wine is brewed from 14 kinds of spirit herbs, namely, spirit ginseng, dragon grass, red plum. He described the 14 kinds of spirit herbs word for word, and Jiang Xinyan's eyes became brighter and brighter. I didn't expect the head of the road to be a friend. She rarely talked about sex. Lu Dongli and the others were stunned when they heard it. Brother/sect master, when did you know so much about wine? Jiang Xinyan took out a brand new jade gourd from the storage ring. The jade gourd floated towards Lu Chaoga and made a gesture of please. It stands to reason that she is the guest, but Lu Chaoga understood her temperament and smiled, but it's disrespectful. Then, he screened his left and right sides and said, if you don't drink alcohol, let's all quit. When Lu Dongli and Luo Bing left, they turned their heads 3 times, only. Xiaoqiu kept swallowing, because although Chun Mian was unpleasant to drink, it smelled very fragrant. After everyone else left, Jiang Xinyan's black gem-like eyes kept staring at Lu Chaoga, expecting him to take a sip. Chun Mian, this wine is too unpopular. Throughout the spring and autumn mountains, Jiang Xinyan likes to drink it, and she can't find a drinking friend with matching taste. I saw Lu Yingdi smiled and opened the plug, smelled the aroma of the wine with an intoxicated look on his face, then took a sip, his eyes lit up, and he praised, good wine. He thought that he was still the same as the previous life, and he would hate the taste of spring sleep. But maybe it's been too long since he drank, or maybe it's been too long since he saw this person he had been with day and night, and he actually tasted a little bit of the real thing today. Looking down at the Chun Mian in his hand, Lu Chaoga's mind was flooded with memories. In the previous life, when he first met Jiang Xinyan, he felt that this woman with a long spear, profound cultivation, and decisive killing was cool, and he was immediately attracted to him. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. He would often use the word cool to praise her. Over time, Jiang Xinyan also changed from being confused at the beginning to roughly understanding the meaning of the word cool. As I said earlier, people in spring and autumn mountain will have a certain desire magnified due to the problem of cultivation techniques. Among them, for some, this desire is love. Therefore, in the spring and autumn mountains, you can often see vigorous love. What's embarrassing is that because other people are not magnified by love, they are a little colder than ordinary people in terms of love, so they often don't understand. Jiang Xinyan was always puzzled and didn't know what it was. Although Lu Chaoga is a veteran of Huatsong, he doesn't know how to answer. This question is not to be answered, but to be experienced. He just looked at his master and smiled crookedly. The disciple doesn't know what it is. I only know that when a person has no one in his heart, she is the coolest. On this point, he did think so. But he just said it casually and didn't take it to heart. Until time flies, until the two have experienced a lot, until that bizarre night. Jiang Xinyan drank a lot of spring sleep. With her cultivation, she can't get drunk. It's just, although wine is not intoxicating, it can also be intoxicating. She still had a cold face, but this delicate face was red and her eyes were blurred and hazy. She sat opposite Lu Chaoga with Xiaofei's cheeks. For the first time, Lu Chaoga felt that she had a little daughter's attitude. For the first time, she could hear a trace of grievance in her cold and calm voice. But, Chaoga, being a teacher is not cool at all now. Chapter 77. 77, Full Ship Qingming Pressing the Galaxy. Inside the Momin Hall, Lu Chaoga raised his head and took another sip of the spirit wine, Spring Sleep. The wine is in the intestines, slightly sour and slightly bitter, and the wine has a strong aroma, which makes the tongue numb, and the taste is as strange as ever. Jiang Xinyan found that the head of the road, who had just met for the first time, looked at himself for a moment, and his eyes were slightly different. But it was only for a moment. In fact, sometimes, Lu Chaoge himself is a little confused about his feelings. For Jiang Xinyan. When playing Taiyangxuanji, for him, Jiang Xinyan is indeed different from all other NPCs. Therefore, after receiving the system task that time, and learning that Jiang Xinyan was in danger, Lu Chaoge threw money like crazy and mobilized all his strength. This feat directly shocked the entire forum, and was hailed as one of the 10 great deeds of Tianqin. Let countless players see the true power of money. It's just that in his previous life, he can be sure of one thing: we are people from two worlds. He was addicted to Taiyangxuanji, but he did not regard it as a second life. Games, after all, are just games. But it's different now, isn't it? This is a new life. Jiang Xinyan likes to drink, even a little bit, but not because he enjoys the feeling of being slightly drunk or having a hangover. Lu Chaoge knew very well that this woman seemed tall and thin, but the exercises she practiced had a certain effect of refining the body, and her Taoist body contained terrifying power. To put it simply, the average practitioner is the master, but this woman is a madman. Therefore, ordinary practitioners are a little bit overwhelmed by the spring sleep, which has almost no effect on her. She simply liked the taste of the wine. At the same time, some people like to drink because of the atmosphere when drinking. That kind of shoveling, talking, is addicting. Of course, there is also the ambiguity between men and women after drinking. Jiang Xinyan was also not interested in this. She found that after learning that he was the deacon of Chuanqiu Mountain, the head of the Momin did not close the distance intentionally when drinking, just like a simple drinking buddy. Everyone raised their glasses from afar, and then took a sip. Such a simple drinking pattern made her feel more comfortable. It's strange, I feel inexplicably comfortable with him. Jiang Xinyan thought of such a thought. At the end of the drink, Lu Chaoge was a little overwhelmed. His cultivation is far away from Jiang Xinyan, and his Taoism is not the same level. If others can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, he can't. Don't look at this jade gourd, which is only the size of a palm, and contains at least a jar of wine. In fact, it stands to reason that if Lu Chaoge runs the power of water, it can really have the opening effect of Duanyu and Xiaofeng in Dragon Babu. As long as water power doesn't stop, let alone a jar of wine, he can directly transform into Quafu and drink a long river. Of course, his current power of water does not have this level of strength. So drinking 10 jade gourds is not a problem. But Lu Chaoge knew that once he used the power of water, Jiang Xinyan's cultivation would be able to detect it immediately. Is there no shame in this seat? Lu Chaoge gave up directly. The ability to control water is indeed infinitely useful, but he did not intend to use it here. At night, Lu Chaoge, who was drunk, walked out of the Momin Hall with Jiang Xinyan, who was sober. Before parting, Lu Chaoge, whose consciousness was somewhat unclear, waved his hand and smiled, "Fellow Taoist, good night." Jiang Xinyan was stunned for a moment. People from the profound sky realm don't say good night, but they can understand the meaning of the word. Lu Chaoge has always maintained this habit on Earth. When he played Taiyangxuanji in his previous life, he got along with Jiang Xinyan day and night, and when they parted at night, he would say good night. This is also the case when he is in Momin in this life. In the past life. After a long time, Jiang Xinyan gradually got used to this greeting. When Lu Chaoge said good night, she would also say good night later. But at this moment, she just nodded slightly to say goodbye. On the contrary, Chaoge feels a little empty. Obviously it was just a greeting, he didn't take it to heart at all in his previous life. Oh, it was only normal at the time. The next day, Lu Chaoga woke up and found that he did not return to the bamboo house, but slept on a light boat. A light boat floats in a small pond on Danqing Peak, and there are several spirit fishes wandering around. You are so happy, then I'll eat you today. Lu Chaoga said. Brother, are you awake? Lu Dongli's voice came from behind. She was sitting at the end of the boat. She glanced at Lu Chaoga angrily, as if she was complaining about his drinking so much. I slept here last night? Lu Chaoga was a little confused. Looking at him, Lu Dongli suddenly laughed and said, Isn't it true, someone was so drunk last night that he thought he was sleeping in the clouds. It was the first time she saw Lu Chaoga's wanton appearance, and at the same time, she felt that there was no word of fear in her brother's dictionary, and she actually wanted to drive a light boat and sleep high on the clouds. Fortunately, he did drink so much that he couldn't tell the starry sky from the reflection in the pond. Lu Dongli put her hands on her hips like a little housekeeper. She said this on purpose, just to see her brother's deflated expression. Unexpectedly, Lu Chaoga sighed and said, It's really, after being drunk, I don't know, the sky is in the water, and the boat is full of dreams and the stars are overwhelmed. Hearing this, Lu Dongli was slightly taken aback. This sentence was very artistic, and it made her a little distracted, and she made up one picture after another in her mind. At this time, I recalled the appearance of my brother when he was drunk last night. When I think about it carefully, it is actually very bold and unrestrained. Lu Chaoga raised his hand, waved in front of Lu Dongli, and said, What are you thinking? Lu Dongli's pretty face blushed, and she immediately said, It's nothing. Nothing. She changed the subject and said sternly, Brother is sober, I have something important to tell you. Speak. Lu Chaoga said. Lu Dongli sat in front of Lu Chaoga. A light boat was floating on the pond at will. She cleared her throat and said, Brother, after Imo Dongfeng returned to the sect yesterday, everything that happened to him is all about his injuries. Told me. He said that he encountered a dragon beast. Hearing the word Jiao beast, Lu Chaoga raised his left eyebrow sharply. That one, he said solemnly. Lu Dongli nodded and said, It's also a broken horn, and the whole body is red. It's very likely that one. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga waved his hand violently, and, not too late, appeared in his hand, full of murderous intent. On a light boat, he suddenly smiled. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. Laughed loudly and wanton. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that you were actually going to attend the ZUA party where I know the coordinates. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. ZUA will only set up a secret base in a certain area. Baixiang Valley is not far from the coordinates that Lu Chaoga knows about. Since this demon cultivator who harmed his parents, since he haunts nearby, it is very likely that he is going to attend a party on the winter solstice. What a coincidence. Lu Chaoga felt more and more that his fortune value was very interesting and indescribable. His big hand stroked, not too late, a scabbard. It has been 9 years, and he has been sealing the sword for more than 9 years. To be precise, it has been 9 years and 4 months now. A few years ago, the reason why he sealed the sword was because he learned a very strange skill from the demon worship. Every month, he has to invest a sum of experience points in, not too late, to raise his sword. At the same time, more is nourishing the sealed sword energy. Over time, he doesn't even know how powerful that sword energy will be after. Not too late is unsheathed. In the early years, Fengjian was purely for playing with it, as if he was giving himself a full trump card. But after the death of the parents, it has a different meaning. This sword, he said before, was not prepared for you. He also said that if the sword is unsheathed, you will die. Lu Chaoge lowered his eyes, looked indifferent, and said softly, "Just let you live a little longer. P.S. Christmas Eve, another year of Apple Festival, I can't help but think of Xiaosu and Xiaolu in the debut novel, Hey." Chapter 78. 78, Crazy Raiders. At noon, Jiang Xinyan was sitting outside the bamboo house drinking alone. This bamboo house was designated by Lu Chaoge, and no one has ever lived in it. Unlike the timely Nanwei came, she was taken directly to the room where you had lived. Jiang Xinyan, who didn't know she was being treated differently, slowly opened her eyes because she noticed that someone was coming. Xiaqiu stood outside the bamboo house, saluted Jiang Xinyan, and said in a milky voice, "Senior, the headmaster invites you to dinner." The round-faced chick is the youngest, and the errands are naturally passed on one by one, and finally assigned to her. When you are young, do more exercise. She didn't care about this, but she was already articulate, sucking. She knew that the headmaster would only cook when he was in a good mood. She still remembers the taste of delicious food. "I, Xiaqiu, have 3 bowls of rice today." Jiang Xinyan still had a cold face, nodded slightly, then got up and walked out of the courtyard. Xiaqiu believes that she is cute. From childhood to adulthood, adults have been very warm to her, and this is the first time she has met such a cold senior. She rubbed her fleshy little face, rubbed her cheeks with both hands, and began to doubt herself in her heart, "Am I not as cute as I used to be?" Xiaqiu, who has no waist, leads the way, and Jiang Xinyan, who has a slender waist, follows behind. This little clever ghost knows that her legs are short. If she walks at a normal speed, the distinguished guest must slow down her steps, so she spontaneously trots in front of her. The little butt was twisting and twisting like a human corgi. Jiang Xinyan was tall, estimated to be in his early 70s, with a slender body. It is precisely because of this that she will not look awkward holding a long spear, unlikely Nanwei, who is small and small, holding a big sword will look very contrasting. Therefore, the little short-legged trot in front, Jiang Xinyan, can also keep up with normal footsteps. The place to eat is by the pond of Dankingfang. The spirit fish, who had been swimming happily beside a light boat, officially ended their short-lived fish life. Jiang Xinyan smelled the fragrance of the fish soup, and only felt his index finger move. Her magnified desire is the desire for speech, and she loves wine and food. It's just that as she traveled the world, her taste gradually became unfamiliar, and she has become a foodie. Ordinary food really can't get into her mouth. Jiang Xinyan naturally didn't know that the man in the blue robe in front of him knew her like the back of his hand. Lu Chaoge had already figured out her. You know, the same dish cannot be liked by everyone, and everyone has their own tastes. But Lu Chaoge and Jiang Xinyan have been together day and night, and they have cooked for her too many times, and her preference for Lu Chaoge is clear. He knew what she liked to eat, and what she hated to eat. Lu Chaoge, take one step to the stomach. At this moment, Jiang Xinyan was actually surprised. He didn't expect that the head of Tang Tang would cook in person. In the world of practice, every cultivator has his own hobbies. And indeed some great cultivators are also keen on doing seemingly ordinary little things. But with the respect of the head, she made soup for the disciples, and she still looked back. The style of Momin made her feel that it was the exact opposite of Chuanqiu Mountain. The cultivators of Spring and Autumn Mountain, except for the enlarged desires, are relatively indifferent, resulting in the sect's atmosphere being sometimes hot and sometimes cold. Momin is different, with a humanistic atmosphere and a little warmth. It seems that this is not a small sect, but a big family. This made Jiang Xinyan a little unaccustomed and a little uncomfortable. It's not that she hates this feeling, but she hasn't experienced it much. She's used to being alone. Fellow Taoist is here, sit down. Lu Chaoge said with a smile. Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly. Then take a seat beside him, she is a distinguished guest, naturally sits beside the head. Since the two were not far apart, Lu Chaoge could smell the faint scent on her body, as well as the slightly strong smell of alcohol. Sure enough, this alcoholic doesn't feel comfortable if he doesn't drink. Lu Chaoge said in his heart. After everyone was seated, Lu Chaoge smiled and said, let's start. Jiang Xinyan first tasted the fish soup with a blank face. She frowned and took another sip. Strangely enough, this pure white fish soup is completely to her personal taste. As if everything was just right. She tried the other dishes again, and it was the same with every dish. Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but glance at Lu Chaoge, although his face was calm, his heart was slightly turbulent. Fellow Taoist, does it suit your taste? Lu Chaoge asked knowingly. Jiang Xinyan nodded, his eyes were no longer indifferent, and he said sincerely, very good. Lu Chaoge looked at her and smiled comfortably. In his previous life, he studied cooking hard, and the favorability was on the one hand, and on the other hand, it was to satisfy his own bad taste. Jiang Xinyan always has a cold face, his expression rarely changes, and his tone is always calm, like a goddess who doesn't eat fireworks. When Lu Chaoge met her for the first time, he wondered if he could tear this goddess-like woman off the altar one day. Since Momin doesn't have a rule of not speaking when eating or sleeping, everyone at the dinner table is not allowed to speak. Lu Chaoge still maintained some of the habits of his previous life. He was happiest when he chatted and spanked while eating. Jiang Xinyan basically kept silent, only when Lu Chaoge talked to her, he would reply appropriately, and he would never take the initiative to find a topic and cherish words like gold. She was originally a slightly cold person. Although she had a good impression of Lu Chaoge after contacting him, she would not be too enthusiastic. In this world, there are many people who are not good at socializing, that is, people who can't find topics. Lu Chaoge doesn't care about this. After dinner, Luo Bing cleans up the dishes. The youngest junior sister has eaten to the point that she can't move, her belly is bulging, and she may be bloated. Lu Dongli blamed her on the side, Xiaqiao nodded again and again, her attitude was sincere, but she did not repent. Next time I will dare to eat so much. Lu Chaoge said to Jiang Xinyan on the side, do you have something important to do, fellow Taoist, going down the mountain this time? Jiang Xinyan shook her head, she just went down the mountain to relax. Lu Chaoge took advantage of the situation and said, why don't you stay for a few more days? Jiang Xinyan glanced at him, but there was still no expression on his face. But his mouth blurted out, it is good. A few days passed by like this. Everyone in Momin found that since this senior, Jiang Xinyan, came to Momin, the head of the sect began to cook every day. In this regard, they only feel that they are following the light. Especially Xiaqiao, who can't close his legs every day. Everyone didn't think much about it. After all, this person was a great cultivator, and he came from Chuanqiao Mountain, one of the 4 major sects, and was a distinguished guest. Only Lu Dongli thought more. She knew that her brother's eyes were higher than the top, which should not have been the case, but she still felt a little weird. However, she didn't think that her brother would have feelings for this deacon of Chuanqiao Mountain. One likes to laugh crookedly, with an evil and charming smile, and is confident and self-confident. A cold, expressionless one most of the time. These two people are not the same style at all, right? It was not until later that Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com Jiang Xinyan felt that he was eating and drinking for free every day, and offered to instruct everyone on the cultivation practice. Lu Dongli finally woke up. My brother is like this, everything is for me. In terms of the entire Momen, who needs the guidance of the great practitioner the most, she is the only one. People like Haiding, Luo Bing, etc., whose cultivation base is too low, can be directed by Lu Dongli and the leader Lu Chaoge. Forget it, breaking the situation is like eating and drinking water, there is no bottleneck. Only Lu Dongli has a high realm and a stable person. If she is not sure enough, she will not try to break the realm so as to avoid backlash. Therefore, the guidance of the master is very important to her. Usually, when the kind Aunt Ning came to Momen, she would ask the accumulated questions one by one. Now that there is more Jiang Xinyan, there are more paths. Although her words are few, she can always talk about the key and essence. Lu Dongli has benefited a lot. My brother's good intentions, I feel it. She has had several epiphanies recently, and her cultivation can go to another level. While Lu Chaoge was earning reputation points on Jiang Xinyan, he felt the strange gaze of his sister, and was a little confused. I'm already, charm 10, can I be handsome again? He was puzzled. As for Jiang Xinyan, it was another scene. She actually felt that this time was the most comfortable time since she entered the cultivation world. In her opinion, this extremely good-looking head of the road is different from everyone she has encountered so far. He is special. Jiang Xinyan even thought for a while, this is not what many people often say. Friends, right? Chapter 79. 79. Worship God? Lu Chaoge naturally didn't know that in his previous life, the master who wanted to ride with his younger brother, but now he was the first to label himself as a confidant. If he knew this and Kuang Yin was as cool as him, he probably wouldn't be able to stop crying and laughing. In the past few days, Jiang Xinyan has been living in Momen for a long time. And it has been of great help to the entire Momen. Lu Dongli's cultivation level has improved, and Lu Chaoge's prestige point has also increased. As a great practitioner, Jiang Xinyan can provide more prestige points than the two sects of Jenkin Gate and Qiushui Gate combined. Therefore, this also makes Lu Chaoge feel happy every day, and feels that master's taste is as good as ever. At the same time, Jiang Xinyan himself has gradually changed. In the past, she was used to being alone and enjoyed being alone. But after staying in Momen for a long time, I don't know if it is because of Lu Chaoge, a confidant, or if Momen's assimilation is really strong, and she has a tendency to integrate into this big family. Although she still has a cold face every day, her temperament is that of a stranger, and she still looks like a goddess who doesn't eat fireworks, but her behavior has changed. From the beginning, Xiaoqiu came to the bamboo house to ask her to eat every day, to looking forward to Xiaoqiu's arrival every day, and finally she took the initiative to go to the dining table and wait. It seems that he has changed from a distinguished guest to half a member of Momen. As a foodie, Jiang Xinyan has tasted too many delicacies, but it is the first time she has encountered one like Lu Chaoge that completely suits her taste. This woman didn't know that every seemingly inadvertent complete match was met by Lu Chaoge's countless efforts in previous lives. Nothing is a coincidence. Is to cooperate. He learned to cook for her, and tailored dishes for her taste. He is cooking, but he is cooking for her. Today's step to the stomach is the accumulation of countless times in his previous life. For this woman, he holds the strategy, and the writer of this strategy is himself. At this moment, Lu Chaoga was drinking with Jiang Xinyan, and he was still drinking the spirit wine, Spring Sleep, but it was just a modified version of Lu Chaoga. After Jiang Xinyan took a sip, although the expression on the face of this cold-faced female gun repairman was still not very rich, her eyes had changed significantly. Obviously, I just added a few drops of vermilion bird's juice before drinking, but it has a different flavor. Jiang Xinyan was very surprised. And what made her feel the most indescribable feeling was that the head of the Sect in front of her always seemed to be very confident when facing herself. After adding Suzakuguo's juice, he made a gesture of invitation, but whether it was his demeanor, his tone, or the corners of his mouth raised, he gave people a feeling, if you don't drink well, hit me. That's how confident it is. But every time it hits Jiang Xinyan's point. When Jiang Xinyan was in Spring and Autumn Mountain, he often heard female cultivators of the same generation talking about love affairs, especially those female monks whose desires were amplified by love. The two words she hears the most are like and fit. She who has not experienced this actually doesn't understand very well, why is the person she likes not the right person? Why are inappropriate people also liked? If there are sand sculpture players present, it may be necessary to quote the classic dialogue between Supreme Treasure and Grape in Journey to the West. Not to mention inappropriate people, people sometimes even like people they hate. But in any case, it is always a great blessing in the world to like and suit each other. Jiang Xinyan's desire for love is weaker than ordinary people, so she doesn't think about it much. Now she only knew that she was very comfortable with Lu Chaoga, very comfortable, that's all. She actually didn't know that time is for people. Especially for practitioners, sometimes it is the least valuable thing, and sometimes it is the most precious thing. But the fact that people are willing to spend time together is often a signal. After drinking with Jiang Xinyan for a while, Lu Chaoga returned to his bamboo house. After thinking for a while, he took out the wooden sign in his arms, put his consciousness into the wooden sign, and entered the pure white space. Since the beginning of his speech, Lu Chaoga has been diving and peeping at the screen, and so far, he has never bubbled. He just silently watched the four world protagonists come and go, chatting enthusiastically, testing each other, and disguising as much as possible. If you talk too much, you will lose. Mystery is very important. Lu Chaoga thought. Why do many persecutors love to cheat? Just to make everything seem more mysterious. At this moment, the four world protagonists happened to be in a group chat. Lu Chaoga didn't plan to dive this time, he decided to say something, and directly took the right to speak into his own hands, and began to lead the topic. No, everyone, stop for a while. In the pure white space where the chat was in full swing, everyone immediately shut up and fell into silence. Guide finally showed up again. This thought rose in the hearts of the four. At the same time, in the eyes of the four, the guide had disappeared for a long time, as if they had been forgotten. They chatted and chatted recently, and sometimes they almost forgot that there was such a group owner in the group. Seeing that the four of them stopped the group chat decisively, Lu Chaoga showed a satisfied smile on his face. He felt that although he was the leader of the group by virtue of his words, he was still very intimidating. In his previous life, he was also the kind of group owner who had the right to speak, because he had the ability to make money, and he would give out red envelopes when he was in a good mood. And he also knows very well that even if many group owners use the at all staff function, there may not be anyone who will attack him. Lu Chaoga started to write on the wooden sign with his index finger. None. How much do you know about Zaiwiwi? The short sentence caused waves in the hearts of the four of them. Coming. Finally come. In their opinion, since there is such a small organization, there must be activities within the organization, or a test? And Zaiwiwi is undoubtedly qualified. They are all true disciples of major sects, and they have far more information, resources than ordinary practitioners. As one of the large demon cultivators, the ZUS Society knew something about it. Soon someone was the first to give an answer. Xian, Zaiwiwi is one of the oldest demon cultivators. As far as I know, it seems to have existed after the ancient catastrophe. This organization is known for its mysteriousness, even older than the history of the four major sections belong. Lu Chaoga was a little surprised by this. He really didn't know that the ZUE club had lasted for so long. As I said before, in the previous life, the plot line of the Zaiwiwi was targeted by the Love War Guild. This guild has a lot of heroic players, and the club behind it is also rich and powerful, so its behavior is more domineering, exclusive. Lu Chaoga has a very general relationship with the Love War Guild. In his eyes, these so-called gods are just a group of guys who challenge his pocket money with assets. These people love Lu Chaoga's popularity, all kinds of fancy performances, and want to prove that they are also rich. Lu Chaoga is too lazy to bird them. After all, he knew very well that a large part of the so-called divine players in Tiangshuanji were just characters, including some fascinating lowly rich women, royal sisters, and rich women, and old babies. You think they are rich, but in fact they are making a profit from this person. Tiangshuanji is too popular, so popular that you are famous here. It is equivalent to being an internet celebrity, and you can harvest extremely considerable traffic. And the realization of traffic is still a good way to make money in the 22nd century. When Lu Chaoga first became famous in Tiangshuanji, the Love War Guild also sent him an invitation. But he wasn't a fool, so he simply refused. Do you think this is a few fake gods mixed in with the real gods, or the real wine mixed with water? Good guy, this guild has a few drops of wine added to the water, right? It is entirely the club behind it that is operating attentively. Lu Chaoga never thought of being a tool or a living sign for others. At this moment, someone spoke first, and others immediately followed in the group chat. Earth, the members of the ZUE Society have a fanatical admiration for ZUE. They firmly believe that ZUE contains supreme power. As long as they have ZUE and devour ZUE, they can surpass all living beings. Lu Chaoga knew this, a very deformed organization. They worship the moon and want to eat the moon. It's like worshipping the gods, but in my heart I want to kill the gods in my dreams. Chapter 80. 80. The Heart of Qingdi. For Yao Xiao, Lu Chaoga's perception has always been very bad. Not to mention that he still has a personal feud with Zaiwiwi. At this moment, he quietly looked at the pure white space and did not continue to speak. Lu Chaoga was not satisfied with the information given so far. Too little. Although it is a free prostitution, but such a small project is not enough. The silence of the guide undoubtedly put pressure on the four of them. Therefore, some people began to search their stomachs and continue to tell. Earth, actually, I also know a big secret of the ZUE club. Lu Chaoga thought to himself, big secret? I like big ones. Huang answered, please speak. They have been familiar with each other in these days, and now they all know the information of prostituting others. These four people are all smart people, and they understand that a major function of this chat group is to share information thousands of miles away. which can bring great benefits and convenience. Lu Chaoge also became interested when he looked at the writing on the pure white space. Actually, it is not certain, it can only be said to be a guess. In order to maintain the force, Lu Chaoge didn't say anything. Hurry up. Earth, everyone should know that Lord Qingdi is the bloodline of half human and half demon. Huang, no one knows about this, but is it possible that the existence of the Purple Moon Society is also related to the Qing Emperor? It can only be said to be a guess. After speaking, the man did not forget to add, Your Excellency, guide, I don't know if I will offend what I say next, and I don't know if I should say it or not. Nowadays, everyone thinks that guide has a great connection with Tianyi. And Tianyi was created by Qingdi. Talking about Emperor Qing in front of him is indeed a little rude. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Chaoge began to reply. None, with the respect of Emperor Qing, you will naturally not care about anyone's comments. Knowing that I have sinned against me, it is only spring and autumn. The sentence, knowing that I sin against me, is only the spring and autumn, instantly moved the hearts of the four people. How heroic this is. This kind of pattern is not something that ordinary people can have. And this sentence can't be more suitable for Qingdi, a man who pioneered a new era. In fact, in ancient times, some people slandered Emperor Qing. After all, there are more people who can practice, and in the eyes of some people, it is not a good thing. As for what the future looks like? After I die, let him flood the sky. Most of the descendants remembered his kindness. After receiving the reply from Guide, the guy with the codename Earth also had the courage to continue talking. Earth, as far as I know, Lord Qingdi has a purple heart because he has half the blood of the demon race. As soon as these words came out, Lu Chaoge couldn't help being shocked. The Purple Moon Society was born after the ancient catastrophe, and the Qing Emperor is also suspected to have fallen during the ancient catastrophe. From the timeline, it is consistent. But in the profound sky realm, the moon has always been like that, it has never changed, and there is no purple moon. Therefore, the so-called purple moon, 80% will not be the moon in the sky, but something else. If this Ziyue is really the heart of Qingdi, then what Ziyue will covet is the power of Qingdi. This conjecture is possible. Demon cultivators rely on devouring to strengthen themselves. If they cannibalize, the higher the cultivation level of the devouring person, the greater the effect they can bring. So, what is more tonic than the heart of the Qing Emperor? If there is a demon cultivator who can devour the heart of Qingdi, then it is possible for him to gain supreme power. As soon as these words came out, the group fell into a brief silence. It was obvious that everyone else was bombarded by this bomb-like news. Ziyue will have wolf ambitions, and even the heart of Qingdi dares to interfere. That is the Qing Emperor, a person in the cultivation world whose merit is in the future. Without him, the world of practice today would not be as prosperous as it is today. Lu Chaoge knew very well how high the status of Emperor Qing was in the hearts of practitioners in the profound sky realm. He could imagine that an invisible number was emerging from the top of the other three people's heads: hatred, value +1 +1 +1. Not to mention young cultivators like them, even Jianzun, a powerful figure in the world of practice, would have an endless reverence for Emperor Qing in his heart. Since Emperor Qing, no cultivator has dared to say that he can compete with him. He is like a real god. In front of him, others can only be regarded as monuments at best. Lu Chaoge looked at the handwriting in the pure white space, and he had a guess about the real identity of the guy whose codename was Earth. Among the protagonists of the four worlds, one is a monster. Since this person can say that Qingdi has a purple heart because he is half human and half demon, then this person is most likely the protagonist of the demon clan. It stands to reason that the demon clan should know more about these things. Of course, this is just speculation, and it cannot be determined just because of such a piece of news. Lu Chaoge did not respond positively to the Qing Emperor's heart. Because he doesn't know if this is true or not, and he is not a real Tian Dao person. Lu Chaoge's index finger began to write on the wooden sign. None, the Purple Moon Society will hold a meeting every 3 years in various strongholds, and the next meeting will be on the winter solstice. Come here today. After he finished speaking, he continued diving and turned on the secret peeping mode. The result was as he expected. All 4 of them felt that the last sentence of guide had a deep meaning. They began to think, should they find a way to do something on the winter solstice? Could this be a little test too? And taking 1,000 steps back, this information is definitely useful. Because the demon cultivator is the common enemy of all cultivators in many sects, the corpse of the demon cultivator can be exchanged for rewards in the sect. Therefore, the news given by guide is about equal to a way to make money. What's more, the Ziyue Club has successfully attracted everyone's hatred. It's possible that this organization's ultimate goal is to infiltrate the Qing Emperor's heart. It's too arrogant. I think you don't take us cultivators of later generations in your eyes. After exiting the group chat, Lu Chaoge no longer sat cross-legged on the bed, but walked out of the bamboo house, pacing outside the house, digesting the information and sorting out his thoughts. The line of Zaiwiwi is undoubtedly worth exploring. He thought that when the keyword Qingdi's heart appeared, he could trigger the hidden mission of the system, but it turned out not to be. Then, there are many possibilities. Either, this guess is false. Either, just this piece of information is not enough to trigger such top-level plots concerning Qingdi, or the current Lu Chaoge is not qualified to trigger. Therefore, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. This time, Lu Chaoge was not satisfied with the prostitution. But it also gave him the first taste of the wonderful taste of the foreworld. Protagonists acting as tool people together. One person enjoys 4 people, wonderful. In the future, as long as the method is appropriate, there should still be many opportunities to trigger the hidden plot. He eats the marrow and knows the taste and decides to do it a few more times. In the future. With his pacing, he gradually came not far from the lonely grave. The demon worshipper of Momin was lying quietly in the tomb. She seemed to be able to stand loneliness. After all, if Lu Chaoge didn't go to her, she would always be alone. You know, she has successfully sent away the head of the 5 generations of Momin. In such a long time, I don't know how she spent in the grave. Does she also feel lonely occasionally? But when Lu Chaoge thought of her being so dumb, she thought she might also be good at entertaining herself. But when he is really idle, he will come to the lonely grave to be her companion, because he always thinks that the old fool of this age is very interesting and cute. But at this moment, for some reason, he looked at the lonely grave from a distance, and remembered the dense purple moon chapters he saw that day. You know, after she came to Momin, she never left the coffin in the tomb. Therefore, these purple moon chapters must have been obtained in the early years. It's a pity that there was a problem with this worshipper's brain, and she can't remember many of her memories. I don't know what happened between her and Zaiwiwi in those years. Lu Chaoge thought to himself. P.S. Recently, there is a consumption cashback activity at the starting point, which is very powerful. If you are interested, you can participate in it. Also, Merry Christmas. Chapter 81. 81. Show 1 point to my brother. After wandering around for a while, Lu Chaoge returned to the house again. He took out his natal sword, not too late, from the storage ring, and then poured spiritual power into it to nourish his natal sword. After instilling spiritual power, he invested 10,000 experience points in, not too late. For the past 9 years, he has invested an amount of experience points every month into, not too late, part of which is used to upgrade the Sword of Life. And part of it is used to nourish the sealed sword energy. After doing this, Lu Chaoge checked the basic information of, not too late. It's not too late, blue level low grade. The sword has been sealed, containing a ban. In the profound sky realm, the sword of the sword cultivator's life gradually became stronger as the master's realm improved. The higher the cultivation base, the greater the nourishment it brings to the Sword of Life. The player function that Lu Chaoge has is that he can directly use experience points to advance. Don't look at, not too late, it's just a blue level inferior. In fact, for Lu Chaoge, who is only level 21, it is enough. It's like giving a 3-year-old a big knife and he can't swing it. Even if he gave Lu Chaoge a purple level immortal sword now, he would not be able to exert any effect. Instead there would be various restrictions. Generally speaking, most of the sword cultivators in the second realm are mid-level Huang level swords, and a few are top-level yellow level swords. Many sword cultivators in their 30s still remain at the yellow level. Well, it's yellow and vegetable. Before level 30, Lu Chaoge would definitely not continue to upgrade, not too late, because it was not cost-effective. He played Tiangshuanji as a financial game, and every experience point must be used on the edge. At this moment, Lu Chaoge does have a lot of experience points to spare, but there are not many experience points that can be misappropriated. Among them, most of the experience points, he has other magical uses. Leave it until the sand sculpture player arrives. The internal test is not far away. Lu Chaoge glanced at the countdown in the system interface. Before the internal test, he still has something to do. After thinking for a while, Lu Chaoge got up and went to his sister's bamboo house. He just walked outside the door of the bamboo house when Lu Dongli's voice came from inside. "Brother, come in." Her consciousness had already sensed Lu Chaoge's arrival. Is this dead girl always revealed by her divine sense? Lu Chaoge was a little speechless. You have to be so cautious in your own home. Who are you guarding against? Lu Chaoge pushed open the door and entered, only to see Lu Dongli wearing a tulle, sitting cross-legged on the bed, as if meditating. Just finished bathing again? Lu Chaoge asked. He smelled a faint fragrance. Lu Dongli nodded and said angrily, "Why does my brother always come to me right after my bath every time?" Lu Dongli likes to take a nap after bathing, and is often disturbed by Lu Chaoge. A coincidence, ahem, a coincidence. Lu Chaoge coughed a few times, then sat down at the wooden table in front of the bed. He glanced at Lu Dongli and saw that her cheeks were slightly red because she had just taken a bath. The ruddy face is matched with the ruddy lips, which has the green temptation unique to a girl, like an apple that has just turned red. Since she was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her long gauze skirt was propped up as her legs bent, and when she was propped up, the skirt moved up slightly, revealing part of the fair skin of her slender legs. Lu Dongli's legs are the most perfect that Lu Chaoge has ever seen. Even if he has seen countless women in his previous life, he has to admit that his sister is invincible in terms of legs. These legs are just right, the calves are well proportioned and straight, the thighs have a subtle sensuality, and the knees will not be too protruding, resulting in smooth lines whether it is the front, the side, or the back of the legs. Lu Chaoge looked at her. With a serious face, he said, "I will ask you one last time, you really won't go to the trial ground with me again? Lu Dongli shook his head and said, one time is enough, and going again is a waste of spiritual stones. Speaking of which, she nags like a little housekeeper, my brother is really in charge, and he doesn't know that firewood, rice, oil and salt are expensive. Although we have a small number of members, our monthly expenses for spiritual stones are not a lot. I won't say anything else, just say, stop it. As soon as Lu Chaoga heard this, one head and two were big. He knew that when Lu Dongli talked about this, he couldn't stop talking, and he had to stop her mouth immediately. After Lu Dongli was interrupted, he glanced at Lu Chaoga angrily, and then said, brother, did you want to go to the trial grounds? Lu Chaoga nodded. The so-called trial grounds were specially built trial grounds at the 7 locations of Jianzhong in Qingzhou. These places are also open to the outside world. As long as you are a sword cultivator, you can enter the trial, but you have to pay. The members of the sword sect can use their identity tokens to enter and exit for free. The contents of these 7 trial sites are all the same, so just pick the nearest one and go there. The trial ground is only open to swordsmen in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd realms. There are 3 difficulty modes for swordsmen in these 3 realms. Because Lu Chaoga had been stuck in the 1st realm of great perfection, and had not been able to break through to the 1st realm, he was not even qualified to enter. Lu Dongli went there once 2 years ago, but Lu Chaoga did not accompany him there, because he knew that with his sister's temperament, her crossing the border would be very boring. There is a leaderboard in the trial ground, which is ranked according to the length of time it takes to pass the level. This ranking will be emptied every 10 years. In addition, the trial ground is for swordsmen from the 1st to the 3rd realm. Therefore, this list is also called the rookie list. Anyone who can make it to the list is considered a young talent in Jianzhou. All of them are the favored sons of heaven, and they can be regarded as hidden dragons. Lu Dongli is definitely not on the top page of the list. She must have deliberately wasted time in the process of breaking through the level, and she was perfectly stuck out of the 100th place. The legendary learned the law of divine control and points. This is the case with Xue Shen. I can test as many points as I want on this paper. This ranking is not bad, but it is not too conspicuous. After all, what everyone pays attention to is definitely the top page of the list. 100 and 101, the attention they enjoy is worlds apart. What's more, the list is divided into 3 parts, namely the list of the 1st realm, the list of the 2nd realm, and the list of the 3rd realm. That is to say, the homepage of the 3 rookie lists has a total of 300 places. Of course, there are also people who make the list repeatedly. After all, the requirement of the trial ground is that you can only enter once a year, not only once in a lifetime. And for such a proud woman as Lu Dongli, having experienced it is enough. Going to experience it again will not achieve any experience effect, it is a complete waste of money. For Xue Shen, a paper is not worth doing twice. Lu Chaoga hoped that Lu Dongli would go with him again, and then lifted the ranking forward. After all, he is very clear about the urination of sand sculpture players, and players care about the list very much. After the game opened, countless players squeezed their heads, thinking about being on the list and pretending to be a force. It's just interesting that the most intense competition is often not the 1st page of the list, but the end of the list. Good guy, the 1000th position can be said to be a sword and sword shadow. Change one person in a few days, and change another person in a few days. Sometimes, before the butt is warm, just a few minutes later, someone else blows it off the list. Lu Chaoga looked at Lu Dongli, as if thinking of something, and asked, I forgot to ask you, you went to the trial land to pass the test 2 years ago. And what level did you pass? Lu Dongli straightened his impoverished little chest and said proudly. Brother, the content of these 3 levels is the same, but the difficulty is different. From the perspective of saving money, it is definitely to go directly to the level of the 3rd level. The most cost-effective, so that you only need to go once in your life. So you were in the 3rd realm 2 years ago? Lu Chaoge stared at his sister. Lu Dongli shrank his neck and nodded. Last time Lu Chaoge asked her about her specific cultivation, but she didn't say it. Today, she decided to reveal a little bit, which made her brother unhappy. Lu Chaoge really wanted to press her on the bed, and then slap her buttocks. And he slapped her vigorously, so strong that it caused waves of her buttocks. If she didn't have such a temperament, Momen would be famous and the difficulty would be much less. The 2 brothers and sisters are famous together, a double hero. How good it is to spread out. Moreover, it is also the 3rd realm. The ghost knows whether she was in the 3rd realm, the 1st layer of heaven, or the 3rd realm, great perfection. Chapter 82. 82. Lu Dongli's cultivation, thanks to this story in time of the Silver Alliance. Lu Chaoge had no idea about his sister's current cultivation. He wouldn't ask questions about it. After all, with her sister's temperament, she can only be used as a trump card for Momen for the time being, and she is useless in terms of making a name for herself. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Lu Dongli has this kind of temperament, and Lu Chaoge loves to tell her stories about Long Outyin when she was a child. This made Lu Dongli understand that all geniuses in this world other than the protagonist would be beaten. The protagonist loves to fight geniuses, and even kill geniuses. The more talented you are and the more famous you are, the harder you get beaten up. The biggest name, the most poisonous beating. Loki is king. Making a fortune in silence is the truth. To describe it with a word my brother said, that is, wretched development. Anyway, her main purpose is to go to experience, it is to sharpen Kenshin, as for those false names on the leaderboard, I, Lu Dongli, don't care. Is this the rookie list? No, this is the 9 death list. It's the god of death knocking on the door. Is the protagonist stepping stone list. The people on the list are not people at all, they are fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered. With a false name like me in the clouds, Lu Dongli felt that it was necessary to lift his ideological realm up, not because of Go. Lu Chaoge saw that she was unwilling to be on the list and she would not force it. He never forced his sister to do something she didn't like. He is very confident that he can do what he wants to do perfectly by himself. Lu Dongli is willing to help, which is the icing on the cake. She doesn't like doing these things, so let her do it. My sister is just for petting. It's just that she seems to be getting more and more stubborn recently, which is quite troublesome. Lu Chaoge felt that this little buttocks must find a chance to take a breath. When he was a child, Lu Dongli used to fight with him, but when he got older, he couldn't fight. Lu Chaoge looked at her and finally said, "Have you seen the sword monument in the center of the trial ground?" Lu Dongli nodded and said, "Brother, what are you thinking? I don't even look at the sword tablet." She is honest, but she is not stupid. Jianzong set up trial sites in 7 locations in Qingzhou, and there was a monument at the end of each trial site. There is only one thing on the sword monument, and that is a sword mark. According to legend, this sword mark was drawn by the first-generation sword master of Jianzong. And this first-generation sword master of the sword sect was the last great practitioner of the 9th realm in the profound sky realm. Since the catastrophe of the ancient times, the cultivation world has been in severe turmoil, and so far, there has been no one who has left the ninth realm. The sword marks he left are said to be infinitely mysterious. Everyone who watches the sword marks can have their own insights. Of course, only those who have cleared the level can watch the sword marks. It stands to reason that the sword marks left by such great powers are supreme treasures and should be hidden. But Jianzhong has such a spirit and pattern. As long as you can pass the customs, even if you are not a disciple of my Jianzhong, or a member of my Jianzhong's subordinate sect, you can still go to the sword mark to visualize. Only Jianzhong can do such a big romance. What my sword sect wants is not only that the sword sect will be strong and prosperous for thousands of years, but also that the sword sect will be prosperous. This is a belief passed down from generation to generation. In this regard, even Lu Chaoge, whose eyes are higher than the top, feels admiration. This kind of cultivation world also made him feel more comfortable. He recalled, according to legend, there are endless mysteries in this sword mark, and different people look at it and see it differently. Some people break through the situation after watching it, some people learn swordsmanship after watching it, some people sharpen their sword hard after watching it, and some people who watch it will help the formation of sword intent. Lu Chaoge didn't know what Lu Dongli had harvested, but judging from her hesitant appearance, I am afraid that the harvest will be huge. The sword monument also has a very magical place, that is, it can only be seen at a glance. At first glance, you can comprehend. At second glance, it was unremarkable. It can only be understood once. Therefore, even if Lu Dongli went to pass the level again, and went to the sword monument to visualize once more, it would be futile. That's why she said that to go through the barrier again is purely a waste of spiritual stones. But Lu Chaoge will definitely go there once. He wants to be on the list and visualize the sword monument with both hands. He wants to be as high as possible on the list, and then after the sand sculpture players arrive, he will blind their dog eyes and make Momin famous. And as the son of the dignified heaven's choice, is there any reason not to be in a high position? Having said that, Lu Chaoge didn't plan to persuade him any more. For the kind of praise of one family and two heroes and brothers and sisters flying together, he is not extravagant. He stood up and was about to leave his sister's boudoir. He just took 2 steps out when he stopped, then turned around and stared at Lu Dongli, making her look at her hair. Brother, what else is there to do? Lu Dongli shrank her neck in front of Lu Chaoge's gaze, looking a little guilty. Seeing her expression like this, Lu Chaoge felt that the guesses in his heart were somewhat possible. He raised his eyebrows and said, Say, are you already in the 4th realm? If Lu Dongli is already in the 4th realm, then she simply does not meet the conditions for entering the trial land. Ha ha ha, how is that possible? I was only in the 3rd realm 2 years ago, ha 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 ha. Lu Dongli sat cross-legged on the bed and smiled at Lu Chaoge. Her long white python-like legs were drawn inward, and her crossed legs were clamped a little. Lu Chaoge stared at her for a while, then shook his head and laughed, and left the room. Seeing that her brother was finally gone, Lu Dongli blinked her bright eyes, rubbed her hands on her white python-like thighs, and let out a long sigh of relief. After walking out of the bamboo house, Lu Chaoge faced the evening wind and looked up at the sky with his hands behind his back. He thinks he must be overthinking it. When Yu and Aunt Ning came to Momin last time, their cultivation base should be the peak of the 3rd realm. Lu Chaoge muttered to himself. Xiao Lizi cultivated a year later than Yu, and she is used to suppressing her cultivation. If she is not nearly 100% sure, or she can't suppress her realm, she will not easily try to break through it. It stands to reason that it should be slightly lower than Yu Yueshio. From Lu Chaoga's point of view, Yu Yu is a known protagonist of the world. And taking him as a unit of measurement is completely qualified. If it is said that Xiao Lizi has really reached the fourth realm, it seems strange. In this case, breaking the border is faster than the world's protagonist, which is too unreasonable. Although this dead girl likes to hide hundreds of millions of hands in everything, she shouldn't hide so much. Lu Chaoga thought that Lu Dongli had always shown people with the cultivation of the second realm, so she should be still in the third realm. But even the third realm is much higher than him. It's time to seize the opportunity to upgrade a few levels, Lu Chaoga thought to himself. The next day, after eating, Lu Chaoga planned to go down the mountain. It stands to reason that he could have brought Hiding and others with him. This time, because several Momin disciples have already reached the first realm and are also qualified to go to the trial ground. But after thinking about it, Lu Chaoga finally decided not to take it with him. It always feels strange that the head and the disciples go through the customs together. He was afraid that he was too strong and hit them. At the same time, Momin didn't have that much spare money for the time being. Tickets to the trial grounds were very expensive. As a subordinate sect of Sword Sect, they could only be discounted, not free. For the disciples to break through, Lu Chaoga made other arrangements, and decided to arrange the time after the sand sculpture player came. He works great. Originally, after the meal, he would have a few drinks with Jiang Xinyan, but after all, business matters, man, he still has to pursue a career. When Jiang Xinyan heard that Lu Chaoga was going down the mountain, he stood up silently, still cherishing words like gold, and said, "Let's go together." When Lu Chaoga heard the words, he was slightly taken aback. He knew that Jiang Xinyan had a cold temper and should not be interested in the trial ground. For some practitioners, watching the fun is an interesting thing. If a Taoist friend goes to the trial ground, of course, you should go to watch it. It's a very simple thing, and it's about as simple as you go to see your classmates run 3 kilometers at the sports meeting, and then get tired of being a pug. But Jiang Xinyan is special after all. Soon, the corner of Lu Chaoga's mouth rose, and he realized. She's not interested in the land of trials. She's interested in me. P.S. Thanks to Stories in Time for giving the character Jiang Xinyan a reward of 1 million starting coins. When you give a reward, it is best to give a reward through the role. You can add star value, and you can hold a birthday party in the future. Chapter 83. 83, Good night. Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan went down the mountain together, riding Jiang Xinyan's dark crow. This dark crow has been coveted for a long time. It looks delicious. In his previous life, Lu Chaoga also rode this dark crow, and even rode alone. He went down the mountain several times to do tasks, and Jiang Xinyan lent him the dark crow directly. The dark crow travels thousands of miles a day, even faster than Lu Chaoga's imperial object. Every time he rode the dark crow down the mountain, the players around him would cast envious glances. In the minds of the players, mounts are platoons. Just like everyone would compare cars in real life, the mount is the car in the game. Sitting on the familiar dark crow again, Lu Chaoga's memories of his previous life began to surge. He shook his head and told himself to stop thinking about it, and then informed Jiang Xinyan of the location of the trial ground, and she drove the dark crow to go. There is only one trial site in the entire Qinglong River area. It is located in the center of Qinglongquan area, some distance from Momin. Since the trial grounds are not open at night, from the time point of view, Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan have to spend the night outside, and then go to the trial grounds to buy tickets for admission the next morning. Along the way, Jiang Xinyan was as taciturn as always, and Lu Chaoge didn't say much. In the previous life, he stayed with his master, and the two were used to sitting together in a daze. Along the way, he passed by many cultivators who were also flying in the sky. But the sky is vast, and traffic jams at high altitudes are unlikely to occur. And because everyone has a long lifespan when they are on the road, they often fly for several hours, or even several days, so many cultivators meet in the air, and they will keep pace with each other, and then chat. It's just that Jiang Xinyan has a cold face that no strangers should approach. And there is a faint coercion of a great cultivator on his body, so that no one else dares to approach. However, every passerby felt that, from the appearance, the two on this dark crow are really worthy of these four characters, a pair of gods and gods. It's just that from the perspective of breath, the two people's cultivation bases are very different. Maybe it's just a teacher-student relationship. By the time the dark crow flew near the trial ground, it was already dark. Lu Chaoge said, "Fellow Daoist, why don't you just find a place to stay?" Jiang Xinyan nodded, drove the dark crow to fly downward, and then found a fairly clean cave. This cave was obviously dug up by cultivators with manpower, which is also the reason why in the cultivation world, people can always find caves to stay in. The predecessors opened the hole, and the later entered the road. Anyway, practitioners love to go into the cave. If there is a disagreement, a hole will be opened, and the difficulty factor is not high anyway. After entering the cave, Lu Chaoge took out the spirit candle from the ink ring and started to boil the soup. Jiang Xinyan waited silently, and by the time the fragrance came out, she had already moved her index finger. She has lived in Momin for a long time, and eats Lu Chaoge's meals every day. But she is not tired of it. His craft always hits her spot. This always gave her a feeling that it would never be tasteless in her whole life. It's ready to drink. After the soup was cooked, Lu Chaoge smiled. Well. Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly, and then poured out a rich soup. After taking a sip, there was a look of satisfaction in her eyes. Because the soup was very hot and there was white mist, Lu Chaoge looked at Jiang Xinyan's pretty face through the mist, only to feel that it added a bit of hazy beauty and fireworks. "Fellow Daoist, how does my soup taste?" he asked knowingly. "Very good," Jiang Xinyan admitted generously. "Then drink more. It is good." After dinner, Lu Chaoge and Jiang Xinyan had a few drinks, and then decided to enter the meditation and adjust the state to the best. Welcome to the test of tomorrow. Jiang Xinyan had no intention of practicing, but continued to drink alone. She is currently in a bottleneck period, and she can't make any progress in meditation and practice, and she has to rely on enlightenment. When she had nothing to do, her eyes began to observe Lu Chaoge, who had entered Ding. Even in the cultivation world where handsome men and beautiful women are born in large numbers, Jiang Xinyan has to admit that Lu Chaoge is the most handsome man she has ever seen. He was really good-looking. Jiang Xinyan commented in his heart. Everyone has the love of beauty, and everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even the cultivators of Spring and Autumn Mountain are just colder than ordinary people in other aspects. As Charm 10, Lu Chaoge can completely ignore these indifferences. He felt that although he had awakened to the power of water, he had the ability to control water, and water could be produced wherever he wanted to, as long as that place could produce water. But he always believed that he had the power to catch fire invisibly. As an arsonist, he could always ignite a fire in a woman's heart unintentionally. Jiang Xinyan looked at it, not knowing when he was a little distracted. "What's wrong, fellow Daoist? There is something on my face." Lu Chaoge opened his eyes and said with a smile. Jiang Xinyan only reacted at this time, turned his head slightly, his face was still cold, but his white ears were slightly red. Her eyes were no longer in the dark, but in chaos. So far in her life, she is still so embarrassed for the first time. It's a weird feeling, but it's not really annoying either. Lu Chaoga stopped teasing her, and found a topic casually, fellow Daoist. Thinks, if I pass the level tomorrow, can I pass the level? Jiang Xinyan nodded and said, of course you can. To be honest, she has never seen Lu Chaoga make a move. But judging from the respect from the Momin to him, this Momin head, whose cultivation base is only in the second realm for the time being, is definitely not ordinary. What do fellow Taoists expect from me? Lu Chaoga continued. The higher the better. Jiang Xinyan was slightly taken aback and replied. Okay, the higher the better. Lu Chaoga's tone was casual, but he revealed infinite confidence. He looked at Jiang Xinyan, and finally said, it's late at night, good night. Fellow Daoist. Jiang Xinyan, just like in the past, nodded slightly, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com responded and said nothing. In this regard, Lu Chaoga is used to it. The same thing has happened countless times. In his previous life, he also kept the little habit of saying good night, but his cold-faced master never responded, he just nodded slightly. For someone with an indifferent temperament like her, nodding is a good thing. But Lu Chaoga has that kind of energy. He just said it every time. Until later, when the favorability level was about to be full, Jiang Xinyan already understood his own feelings. One night, before the master and apprentice returned to their rooms, Jiang Xinyan took the initiative to stop him. Although she stumbled, it was the first time she took the initiative to say, Chaoga, good night. For some people, this is a kind of etiquette, a small habit of life, just a word that can be said casually. But it's totally different for some people, especially those who are not good at expressing themselves. This woman likes to be alone and has long been accustomed to being alone. Her social circle is very small. Before Lu Chaoga became a teacher, she was alone most of the time. She never had anyone to greet each other with. Due to the cultivation technique, she was supposed to be a bit indifferent. And she didn't care much about everything around her. She is not interested in the whole world. Not to mention this is an active greeting. This is a signal. So her good night looks extraordinarily different. The night belongs to everyone, but this greeting is not. The night is the night of the whole world, and the good is only for you. Good night. Chapter 84. 84, One Sword Power. The next day, Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan rushed to the trial grounds early in the morning. The so-called trial place is located at the back of a large waterfall. When the water is opened, one can enter a special space that has been opened up. Just like a water curtain cave. Water curtain cave, I like it. Lu Chaoga loves this tune. Dark Crow was left outside, while Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan went together. With a big wave of his hand, the power of water moved, and the waterfall was lifted like a curtain. Then he made a gesture and said, fellow Daoist. Please. Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly, glanced at Lu Chaoga, and went in first. The power of water? She was surprised. Entering the cave, the two did not touch a drop of water. After entering the trial space, the disciples stationed here greeted him. At the same time, an ancient tree at the entrance suddenly opened its eyes. In the center of this ancient tree, with a height of tens of meters, there was a huge vertical eye. After this eye glanced at Lu Chaoga, it was fixed on Jiang Xinyan. Great practitioner. A hoarse voice came from the ancient tree. This is a dryad. Lu Chaoga lost a detection and a series of question marks appeared. He knew very well that this ancient tree should be the guardian of this trial ground. If nothing else, it should be a big monster above the fifth realm. Jiang Xinyan slightly bowed his hands towards the ancient tree and said, Jiang Xinyan in Chuanqiu Mountain, I have seen the senior. The branches and leaves of the ancient trees rustled as a response. It can be seen that the cultivation of this ancient tree is likely to be higher than Jiang Xinyan. This is the background of Jianzong. Such big monsters should have received the favor of Jianzong, and then voluntarily guarded here. After all, the sword tablet in the trial ground is a supreme treasure, and it always needs someone to watch it. Lu Chaoge glanced at the disciples of the sword sect around. After they learned that Jiang Xinyan was a great practitioner, their attitude became more respectful, but they did not regard great practitioners as rare like those who had never seen the world. Animal view. In Jianzong, the number of great practitioners is no less than that of Chuanqiu Mountain, and they have seen many more. Moreover, it is generally recognized in the cultivation world that swordsmen are the most coquettish. There is also a chain of contempt in the cultivation world, and the savage sword cultivators always feel that they are at the top of the chain of contempt and look down on all the other monks. Those who practice swords are the best. Among them, Jianzong Jianxiu is the most proud. Although the four sects are equally famous and ranked in no particular order, they always feel that Jianzong is the best in the world. At this moment, Lu Chaoge needs to buy a ticket to enter the arena. Since he is a member of Sword Sect's subordinate sect, he can get a 50% discount, so he still needs to prove his identity. He took out his head token from Ma Jia, and immediately made the surrounding disciples uneasy. In their opinion, this handsome and unusually handsome man is even rarer than this great cultivator of spring and autumn mountain. Sect master, such a young sect master, someone thought. Can the cultivation of the second realm be the head? Someone thought. Momin, I've never heard of it, my sword sect still has such a subordinate sect? The surrounding disciples have different ideas, but they have been stationed here for a while, and this time it is really eye-opening. A few jumped up and even thought in their hearts, have some of my Jianzong's subordinate sects fallen to this level? Then, with my cultivation, can I also go to a high position? Lu Chaoge kept looking back at the messy gazes of the surrounding disciples. Look at it, you've never seen such a handsome leader, have you? Most of the cultivators are already greasy when they get into the position of headmaster, and young talents like me are relatively rare. As for those female disciples, looking at Lu Chaoge's handsome face, completely ignoring his weak cultivation, he gave an evaluation in his heart. You really are young and promising. There has never been someone who is shameless in this world. If there is, it's just that she hasn't met me yet. Lu Chaoge is so confident. In the garrison team, the leading disciple was a bit precocious, thinking that he was mature and stable, with a well-rounded mind, and was well-versed in the world. He began to think in his heart, the four major sects seem to be harmonious. But in fact they are secretly competing. This spring and autumn mountain senior deliberately recruited such a young head. Could it be that he deliberately embarrassed my sword sect? Right? He didn't think Lu Chaoge would be so strong. He was the head of 100 sects, and he became the head of a mere second realm. Only if he was strong, there would be ghosts. Balking is an embroidered pillow. If he can't pass the first level by then my sword sect will have no light on his face. If this matter spreads out, it will only add to the laughter. There are many such people in this world who from time to time inexplicably stage a big drama in their hearts and think that they see through the whole world. Lu Chaoga didn't know that the ugly disciple in front of him would make up so much in his mind after verifying his head token. He only knew that he just showed his face in front of everyone, and his reputation value rose slightly. Then after he smiled crookedly, it actually rose again. Did he just laugh at me? A female disciple thought to himself. This made Lu Chaoga start to think about whether or not to hold a tour of the profound sky realm in the future, doing nothing but laughing at the female monks. After paying the spirit stone, a female swordsman took the initiative to ask. Ying stepped forward to lead the way, and said in a soft voice, Master Lu. This way please. Jiang Xinyan could not enter together, she could only wait outside. However, there is a bright mirror hanging high here, and the bright mirror will show the scene in the level and broadcast it in real time. While leading the way, the female disciple did not forget to introduce herself. My name is Chen Minru, and the head of the road should just call me Minru. Lu Chaoga nodded, not listening at all. This trick obviously won't appear again. He is still in post-consumption flesh pain. In his previous life, he did not treat money as money, and he was punished in this life. The trial ground is divided into 3 levels. After passing through the 3 levels, you can see the sword monument. Lu Chaoga stood on the teleportation array, the whole person disappeared immediately, and entered a secret room. There is only one thing in this secret room, a wooden man. Rather than being a wooden man, it's also a bit like a tumbler. The content of the first level is to slash it with sword energy. Depending on the strength of the sword energy, the wooden man will fall backwards. The stronger the sword chi, the more it falls backwards. According to the regulations, tilting back 30 degrees is considered customs clearance. When Yu broke through the level, it was in this first level that he achieved an amazing move, and then his reputation skyrocketed among the younger generation of sword cultivators. Under his sword, the wooden man fell directly to the ground, and the sword pressed the wooden man with force, and it took a few seconds to bounce back. Such phenomena have not occurred for hundreds of years. At the entrance, a group of sword sect disciples were discussing the performance of Lu Chaoga in a low voice. Interestingly, the disciples of Jianzong were completely divided into 2 factions, and there were huge differences of opinion. Jiang Xinyan had a cold face, looking up at the mirror hanging high in the air. Looking at Lu Chaoga emerging from the mirror, her eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. This was the first time she saw Lu Chaoga make a move. In the secret room, Lu Chaoga didn't want to waste time. The first level is just to verify the passers-by to see if you are eligible to enter the next level. If you can't even tilt 30 degrees, you will be seriously injured if you pass the next level. Lu Chaoga felt that the trial side of the sword sect was still very human, and at the same time it also showed the wealth of the sword sect. Just talking about this wooden man, I have prepared dozens of them. For different cultivation realms, there are different wooden figures for trials. The second realm, the first layer, is completely different from the second realm, and the wooden man faced is completely different, and the intensity is obviously different. Lu Chaoga held not too late, and without the slightest hesitation, he threw out a sword energy. He's actually unsheathed. Someone outside immediately couldn't help but say, "It's so fast, I didn't see it clearly." Someone else couldn't help but say. Of course, more female disciples said in unison, "So handsome." No one noticed that Jiang Xinyan's calm eyes showed a hint of surprise. The ink-colored sword chi slashed at the wooden man in an instant, and then in an instant, the sword chi disappeared. And the wooden man did not move at all. How is this possible? Is his sword chi fake? I have never heard of such a vain sword energy in my life. however, after a breath. The top half of the wooden man began to slide. With sliding, the upper part and the lower part are obviously misaligned. Crack, with a sound, the upper part of the wooden man fell to the ground. It cracked. Chapter 85. 85, have you heard of Ping-A? The wooden man walked peacefully. No one thought that this seemingly vain sword actually caused the wooden man to be cut in half. Lu Chaoge didn't keep the sword in his hand, it contained his supreme sword energy, as well as the power of water and sword intent. Because his sword intent is in the state of ink and wash, this sword looks like a painting by Dan Qing, with immortal energy and artistic conception. Chic and elegant, but without the slightest sense of sharpness. It slashed on the wooden man did not move, and then broke apart. This is the most terrifying. How sharp should this seemingly hazy sword be to produce such a terrifying effect? This is made of spirit wood, and it is not a thin film that can be broken with a single stab. Wooden man, I agreed to come here to work and only be beaten, why do you still kill me? As for the disciples of the sword sect outside the field, there was only one thought in their minds, did they take it wrong, and the wooden figure brought this time was a defective product? Even the female disciples who looked at Lu Chaoge's handsome face and could eat an extra bowl of rice thought so in their hearts. This man is indeed the most handsome person they have ever seen in their life. He is even more handsome than senior brother Yu Yu, but such a feat, senior brother Yu Yu, who is, flawless sword body, can't do it, how could he do it? It's just that their cultivation base is too low. Jiang Xinyan had no such idea, because with her strength, she could not spy on the sword steel as a forbidden area, and her divine consciousness could cover the entire trial ground. Therefore, at the moment when Lu Chaoge slashed out the sword energy, she already understood one thing, he had formed the sword energy. Rao was shocked by her indifferent temperament. Sword cultivators have sword intent, sword cultivators have sword gangs, spear cultivators have spear strength. She naturally knows that at this age, this cultivation base, it is reasonable to say that there is no reason for the formation of sword intent. Just like Jiang Xinyan himself, the moment he entered the fourth realm, his spear was formed. If she tried to spy on the gate of Gunjin when she was in the second realm, her master would definitely scold her for being too ambitious. It's not that you want to run before you learn to walk, you want to go to heaven. She looked up at the mirror image in the mirror, and looked at the handsome back, a little lost. Behind Jiang Xinyan, the huge ancient tree rustled. This movement caught everyone's attention. To be precise, after Lu Chaoge took out, not too late, and cut out a sword, the swing of the branches and leaves did not stop. Even Senior Gushu was shocked? Jiang Xinyan thought to himself. As the deacon of Chuanqiu Mountain, she is also a management team, and she knows much more secrets than the surrounding sword sect disciples. She knew very well how special the Senior Gushu's status was, and that's why she showed such respect before. The predecessor of the ancient tree is a peach tree. Most of the peach trees are not tall, and a peach tree that exceeds 30 meters. Like it is even more miraculous. In the profound sky realm, it is difficult for plants to be cost-effective. Especially trees. And due to congenital limitations, even if they become refined, they cannot move on their own. Therefore, it is not that it came to stand here, but because it is here, the trial ground was created here. Of course, the way of heaven has its fairness. Although trees are inherently limited, they also have a long life. Jiang Xinyan didn't know what Senior Gushu's cultivation was, she only knew that it had lived for a long, long time. Unbelievably long. There are rumors that this peach tree was planted by Emperor Qing and has experienced ancient catastrophe. It's just that the peach tree at that time has not yet opened its spiritual Wisdom. It turned into a demon. It should be thousands of years after the ancient. Catastrophe. Is this rumor true or false? I am afraid that only the high-level officials of Taoshu and Jianzhong know the answer. Jiang Xinyan saw that the senior tree had such a big reaction. I think in its long life, he had never seen a sword cultivator whose sword intent was formed in the second realm. She turned her head and glanced at the huge peach tree, only to see that its eyes were staring at Lu Chao's natal sword. Not too late, and she didn't know what she was thinking. In the secret room, Lu Chaoge felt a little dazed after he used his sword. Previously, he still praised Jianzhong in his heart, and felt that Jianzhong was rich and powerful, and it was really considerate and arrogant to prepare dozens of wooden figures of different grades. Now all he wanted to say was, such soft wood, who fooled him? I am a real man, the son of heaven, what I want is to face it hard. If it is said that this wooden man was not prepared by Jianzhong, he would have to wonder if it was a trick to touch porcelain. The wooden man broke, and then the swordsman was called to lose money, and he was guaranteed to make a lot of money. Hey, this method is good. I don't know if it can be used on sand sculpture players in the future. However, Jianzhong's reputation is there, and it shouldn't be such a dirty thing. Blame me for being too strong. Lu Chaoge came to a conclusion. In fact, with the power of sword intent and water, he has indeed exceeded the upper limit of common sense, the second-level first-level sword cultivator. Soon, a hoarse voice spread throughout the audience. Cross the border. This is the voice of the ancient tree, which is both the guardian of this place and the witness of the trial ground. According to the rules, the head of the wooden man is used as the standard. If you lean back more than 30 degrees, you will pass the level. Now it has fallen to the ground. How many degrees do you say? The door of the secret room opened, and Lu Xiaoge walked in non-stop. One is because of a hurry, and the other is because of fear of losing money. If it was his previous life, he might still feel unsatisfied. Isn't it just losing money, young master? I want to cut 10. I didn't treat money as money in my last life, and I will be retributed in this life. Oh, don't bully the poor. Lu Chaoge, who was in his 20s, was no longer worthy of calling himself a teenager. When his figure disappeared in the first secret room, the disciples of the sword sect outside the field realized that there was no problem with this wooden man. It was really cut off by this ridiculously strong sword. It is impossible for the seniors of the ancient trees to make mistakes. At least with their meager cultivation, they are not qualified to question the seniors of the ancient trees. You know, even their master, seeing this peach tree that has lived for an unknown number of years, will respectfully call out senior. How did he do it? This thought arises in many people's minds. And what some female disciples thought was the same as before. Young and promising. At this moment, all the sword sect disciples present looked up at the figure that reappeared in the mirror, with awe in their eyes. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first level and received a reward of 10,000 experience points. A system prompt sounded in Lu Chaoge's ear. Yes, the trial ground is like a dungeon, and you can get experience points when you pass the level. That's one of the reasons he came here. The second secret room is the second level. Lu Chaoge stood at the entrance with Not Too Late in hand, and there was a lifelike ink painting in front of him. There are creeks, forests, birds, and swimming fish in the painting. And these things actually move in the picture scroll. Streams babble, leaves sway, birds fly, fish swim, they're all like living things. Lu Chaoge took a step forward, and the whole person disappeared. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. The next moment, a person appeared on the picture scroll, floating in the air. The person in the picture is Lu Chaoga, who entered the picture scroll. On Earth, there is a word to describe a handsome guy, called tearing man. It means someone who ripped apart manga and anime and came out of manga and anime. In a classical world like the profound sky realm, there is also a similar term, called Immortals in paintings. Today's Lu Chaoga appears in the picture scroll without the slightest sense of abruptness. On the contrary, after his existence, the entire picture scroll has a little more charm. Provided, of course, that he doesn't laugh. After all, no exile is a crooked smile. At this moment, Lu Chaoga was in the painting, and he saw the real existence of the creek, forest, birds, swimming fish. This is a horrible place. It looks beautiful, but it actually hides infinite murderous intentions. He is at the very front of the picture scroll, he has to go all the way forward, walk across the bluestone road, then pass through the forest, and flow through the creek. At the end, there is a thin line of sky in front of the stream. Entering the first line sky is entering the exit. And on the left side of this line of heaven, you can still vaguely see the beast pattern, which is a hidden beast. Lu Chaoga held, not too late, and strode forward without fear. The dense forest line is also blocked by the sky, and the stream is gurgling down to the white tiger. Rush. His swordsmanship was learned from the worship in the tomb. The essence of this set of swordsmanship lies in one rush, only advancing, but not retreating. The best defense is to attack. Because the sword move is too simple, he gave it a very loud name. Normal attack. Chapter 86. 86, One Eye, I will see one eye. Normal attack, a name that made Lu Chaoga feel extremely satisfied. He felt that he was really a genius in naming things. The reason for this name is that this is not so much a sword technique, but a skill, but a way to change the sword chi. It has no sword moves, not a single move. Therefore, although the system classified it in the column of skill, it did not rate it, and even marked a big system. What is this? And because of its special method of luck, it can only attack and move forward. After learning it, the benefit it brings to Lu Chaoga is that it comes with 100% crit. Everyone is a flat A, but my flat A is different. My normal attack is 100% crit, and the crit effect is 150% to 200%, that is to say, every sword of the next road Chaoga can produce at least 150% of the output. That's a pretty scary number. Moreover, at the moment, he only upgraded normal attack by one level, and is in the weakest LV1 mode. However, this level 1 alone consumed Lu Chaoga's entire 100,000 experience points, which was outrageous. Any skill getting started is relatively easy. Even if it is a skill rated as purple, it only needs 30,000 to 50,000 experience points to get started. The 100,000 lion's mouth is a bit exaggerated. You are driving the price up. He even suspected at first that this offering was not to play with me, right? Did she not understand what I meant when I said my appeal? Sure enough, dumb-headed, very difficult to do. If it weren't for the effect of the last thing really good enough, Lu Chaoga would have to dig a grave and open a coffin. In addition, Lu Chaoga has not learned any skills for the time being, and he feels that the other skills he is currently in contact with are not worth investing in. Therefore, at the moment, he can only normal attack. The disadvantage of this is that when Lu Chaoga uses his sword, he has a lot less special effects than others. For example, the blue level, Autumn Cicada, will produce bursts of cicadas when the sword is released. At the same time, the light spots transformed by the sword energy will converge into a glowing and flying autumn cicada, which is quite beautiful. Fortunately, his sword intent has been formed, and he has awakened the power of water, adding an ink special effect. Otherwise, he is afraid that he will be troubled by special effects. Cool is really important. These are all bad habits left behind when I was a player in my previous life. It is worth mentioning that although normal attack is only a special kind of luck, it is also divided into two forms, and it is for this reason that the critical strike effect is 150% to 200%. The former saves more spiritual power, while the latter consumes more spiritual power. These two forms, Lu Chaoge named Simple Sword and Serious Sword, respectively, inspired by a certain bald man. Previously, what he slashed at the wooden man was Serious Sword. After the beheading, he realized that he didn't seem to need to be so serious. At this moment, Lu Chaoge held not too late, stepped on the slightly wet bluestone road, and walked forward. The moment he stepped up, he felt that his footsteps were heavy. There's something wrong with the gravity here, Lu Chaoge thought. But he couldn't calculate how many times the gravity was, and he was really sorry for Brother Niu, who often couldn't hold down the coffin board. If it was Jiang Xinyan, a body refining cultivator, he would definitely not feel much influence. Her physical fitness is terrible, and Lu Chaoge may not be able to break her defense at all. In his previous life, Lu Chaoge had not thought about this issue, but in this life he felt that this issue was very serious. A man can't break a woman's defense? This can't be done. This affects hundreds of millions of projects. On the other hand, when someone like Lu Chaoge has a high output with a crispy skin, standing on the bluestone road, he will have to rely on his spiritual power to resist. For those who are not strong enough in spiritual power, just after walking the bluestone road, they are afraid that they will be hollowed out and completely dried up. But Lu Chaoge walked like a flying star, striding like a meteor, as if it had no effect. His spiritual power is far beyond that of ordinary practitioners. As a purple level cultivation technique, drinking qi is no joke. If he didn't know the difficulties ahead, it's best to save some spiritual power, and he might just run. Walking through the 100-meter-long bluestone road, there is a small forest in front of it. Lu Chaoge entered the grove. The next moment, a gentle wind blew, but it blew off a lot of leaves. At this time, a phrase that was very popular in the non-mainstream period flashed in Lu Chaoge's mind: when the leaves fall, is it the pursuit of the wind, or the failure of the tree? The leaves fall, it is reasonable to say that it is because of abscisic acid. It's just that the leaves here seem to be very special. They are not so much leaves as they are small flying swords. And the number of flying leaves is too much. Roughly estimated, it is definitely over 1,000. They come together, and it is simply a disaster of intensive phobia. Because he was in a hurry, Lu Chaoge didn't use his spiritual sense to count it carefully, he just rushed forward. Under normal circumstances, the passers-by block and dodge. As long as they rush out of this small jungle, they enter the safe area. But Lu Chaoge can't. He can dodge, but cannot block, because his sword energy can only be used to attack. Then cut them off. Lu Chaoge's eyes narrowed, and the "not too late" in his hand waved forward. A stream of ink-colored airflow was generated around him, and every time he took a step forward, dozens of flying leaves were knocked into the air. Amazingly, when the ink-colored sword energy touched the fallen leaves, there was a metal symphony-like sound, which was somewhat crisp. At this moment, if someone looks carefully, they can find that the flying leaves that fell to the ground are all curled up. The corners are slightly bent, obviously suffering a heavy blow from the sword energy. Dash. Lu Chaoge swung his last sword before walking out of the jungle, and shot down the last fallen leaves in the air. He did not suffer any injuries all over his body, and he perfectly achieved the legendary leaf not touching his body. Lu Chaoge put not too late behind him and started walking towards the stream. Behind the grove. Because there is a ban here, it is forbidden to vacate, so every passer cannot directly fly over the stream or jump over. Lu Chaoge didn't know what was so magical about this stream. He only knew that when Yu broke through the barrier, he slashed directly at the stream. It is said that when the water is cut off with a knife, the water will flow. But after Yu's sword was cut out, a path was directly vacated in the stream and the water was temporarily split. Outside the secret room, the disciples of Jianzong have been discussing. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. He takes very little time. I took a look at it, and he seems to be a little faster than senior brother Yu when he passed this level. What's the use of that? When senior brother Yu broke through this level, the most exciting thing was to break the stream with a sword. Just this magic stroke saved a lot of time. Yeah, everyone has passed this level, and they all know that this stream is the most troublesome and time-consuming. The male disciples were discussing very seriously, although they were not very optimistic about Lu Chaoge. The thoughts of the female disciples were rather strange. I really want to see what he looks like after falling into the stream. The long wet hair, the robe that clings to the body, and the water droplets on Jun's face. The feminists can't wait. They even looked forward to the fish in the water cutting through his cyan robes for their benefit. You know something. The female disciples prayed silently. As for whether to cut the shirt or the pants, let's play freely. But what happened next was beyond everyone's imagination. What? Many people couldn't help exclaiming. Jiang Xinyan knew Lu Chaoge thoroughly, so she was not surprised. She turned her head and glanced at the ancient tree, which was also very calm. Senior Gushu seems to only lose his composure when fellow road Taoist uses his sword. Jiang Xinyan thought. At this moment, this rushing stream also branched out in front of Lu Chaoge. It was exactly the same as when Yu broke through the barrier. The only difference is that Yu is wielding his sword with all his strength. And Lu Chaoge put the sword of life behind him, and then he glanced at the stream lightly. Chapter 87. 87, Selling Melons, Self-Selling and Boasting. Lu Chaoge looked at the separated water flow in front of him and started to walk forward. I figured it out. He is currently in the second realm, and with the improvement of realm, the power of water in his body is also steadily improving. Now, we can call it the power of water, the second stage. It's lower than the third paragraph. Will the protagonist's taste be stronger? Lu Chaoge thought in his heart. The stream here has hidden mysteries, and with Lu Chaoge's special perception of water, he can perceive the difference between them. They are thicker than normal water. Getting caught up in it will be troublesome. But it doesn't matter anymore. As long as it's water, you have to listen to him. If I tell you to stop, you have to stop. I let you flow before you can flow. As soon as I thought about it, even if it was a spring, it should be sprayed on me. Blow high. Fortunately, the world in this picture scroll actually just opened up a magical space. The water here is real, not drawn. Otherwise, Lu Chaoge really can't control it. Outside the secret room, the disciples of the Sword Sect did not understand at all. Why did he just look down at the stream lightly, and the stream automatically gave up a path? They were too far away from Lu Chaoge, and with the strength of their consciousness, they naturally could not perceive the existence of the power of water. However, this long-lived ancient peach tree must be clear. This is also the reason why Jiang Xinyan felt puzzled. From ancient times to the present, although there are very few spiritual Enlighteners, in the long period of time, they are not a few together. It's like the word no 1 in 10,000, which seems to be very advanced. But in China, which has a population of more than 1 billion, it seems that it is not so rare. However, something as common as water has never been recognized by the power of water. Lu Chaoge is undoubtedly the only one. In the huge profound sky realm, he was the only one who could get water out wherever he wanted. Jiang Xinyan is clear about this, and she feels that Senior Gushu should know better than her. But it wasn't at all surprised. It was not surprised by such an unprecedented move. Why did it rustle the branches and leaves when Lu Chaoge drew out his sword, and the vertical eye couldn't even look away? What secrets are there in him? Jiang Xinyan looked up at the mirror in the air, thinking in his heart. In the secret room, after Lu Chaoge walked over the stream, he casually waved his sleeves, and the aisle in the middle of the stream disappeared. The gurgling stream continued to flow, as if nothing had happened before. All his movements are so light, as if such a miraculous feat, but it is a small matter. At this moment, the first line sky is in sight. The two bare stone walls are very close together, and the gap in the middle is narrow, so you need to pass sideways. This made Lu Chaoge think of the phrase in the beginning, "You are very narrow." You can understand people in peach blossom spring. In the shadows, animal patterns can be vaguely seen. This level, the test is Jianqin. Practitioners have Taoism, and swordsmen are called swordsmen. The heart of the sword is indestructible for those who are determined. The beast patterns on the stone walls are called fear beasts, which can magnify the demons in the practitioner's heart. Especially the scary stuff. Fear of beasts, what can magnify is not a certain emotion, such as some people are afraid of death, some are afraid of parting, some are afraid of loneliness. None of these are amplified. It can magnify, often the person you fear, or something, some kind of creature. Outside the secret room, the disciples of the sword sect were silent, looking at the mirror in the sky with all their attention. At this level, some people cry, some go crazy, some tremble, some whine. Anyway, it's all black history, and each one can be made into an emoji. Those who can pass this level indifferently are those whose swordsmanship is as strong as a rock. When Yu first passed the test, her expression didn't change in the slightest, and her footsteps didn't stop. There was only one slight movement, which made all the onlookers at the time bewildered. On that day, Yu's body had a conditioned reflex of shame. He tilted his head. Lu Chaoge put, not too late, behind him and began to move forward steadily. Soon, he entered the gap in the stone wall, and then the whole person disappeared. The first line is really tight. This scene made the disciples of the sword sect outside look stupid. They are all mentally prepared, with the mentality of high energy ahead. As a result, nothing happened. Clear the border. Gushu's hoarse voice came out again, proving that the head of the Momin named Lu Chaoge had passed the border safely. What did he see? Why didn't he react at all? Could this be the legendary landslide in front of you without changing your face? The sword heart of the head of the road is so stable? Everyone was curious, what exactly did Lu Chaoge see when facing the terrorist beast? And only he knew it, he didn't see anything. There is no Lu Chaoge who is afraid of words in the dictionary. After passing the first two levels, he successfully entered the third level's secret room. A system beep sounded in his ear. Ding! You have successfully passed the level and received a reward of 30,000 experience points. Hey, there are already 40,000 experience points rewarded in total, which is worthy of the ticket price. Lu Chaoge thought to himself. As he walked forward, he still had time to guess in his heart, when Xiao Lizi Passed through the barrier, what did she see when facing the terrorist? Beast? Very ashamed, as a brother, he could not guess at all for a while. It seems that my sister and I are not attentive enough on weekdays. Lu Chaoga reflected on it for 3 seconds, and then forgot about it. In the third secret room, there is only one mirror, suspended in the air. This bronze mirror is very peculiar. Its shape is somewhat similar to gossip. A large number of spar are inlaid in the corners. The spar has abundant spiritual energy, which shows that it is expensive. Lu Chaoga threw a detection at it, and the basic information soon emerged. Mirror name, see me. Lu Chaoga also knew the content of this level. This mirror is very magical. You stand in front of it, it scans you for a while, and then it can create a virtual image from the mirror. A shadow just like you. See me first, fight me later. The content of this level is to defeat self. Of course, this so-called self is actually a mirror image copied by this mirror based on the performance of the previous 2 levels and the exploration of the power of your whole body when you look in the mirror at this moment. Basically, it's on par with me. Of course, with the exception of paddling monsters like Lu Dongli. Lu Chaoga can imagine that his sister must have hidden hundreds of millions of hands in the first 2 levels, which will affect the judgment of this spiritual mirror. UU reading www.sonicmtl. The mirror image caused by Com is weaker than Lu Dongli himself. It stands to reason that no one would do that. Because everyone was young, and most of the sword cultivators were young and vigorous, it was impossible to keep their hands off the wooden man alone. And the content of the second level is more comprehensive. It tests your body, sword chi, sword heart, etc., and the difficulty factor is not low. Under normal circumstances, few people can pass the level with remaining strength. Above all, don't forget that this is the place of trials. The purpose of everyone here is to experience. A sword cultivator like Lu Dongli, who did not change his original intention and devoted himself to Go, can only be said to be a special case. Little Pear's temperament can be good or bad. In this case, she will have less experience and gain less than others. Lu Chaoga thought. But he thought about it, Lu Dongli will always suppress her cultivation. She is not nearly 100% sure. She never tries to break the mirror. Maybe she has enough understanding of herself. She doesn't need this mirror to help her understand. At this moment, Lu Chaoga stood in front of the mirror, admiring his beauty. It didn't take long for a black shadow to come out of the mirror with the same height as him. My dear, this look is too much like the Shadow Man in Conan. Lu Chaoga complained in his heart. As a film and television archaeologist, he has watched more than 500 episodes of Conan. I feel that the dark shadow in front of me is the shadow with a pair of eyes. I don't know that this figure in Conan is the shadow of childhood in many people's hearts. The next moment, one person and one shadow shot out their swords. The 2 sword chi dissipated in the air. Lu Chaoga felt the previous sword carefully, and gave an evaluation in his heart. You are so strong. Chapter 88. 88. There has long been a song on the top. After a head-to-head with the mirror image, Lu Chaoga understood his strength. One person and one shadow kept making swords, and Lu Chaoga's evaluation of the mirror image was getting higher and higher. This sword, yes. This sword is wonderful. This sword is absolutely dead. Another 3-sword confrontation. Lu Chao, the singers, not too late. Slashed forward. The ink-colored sword intent and sword chi were generated in the secret room, and they fought with the mirrored sword chi, and they were still evenly matched. It's too strong to be outrageous. Lu Chaoga smiled crookedly. At this moment, he did not intend to open the character panel and then give Himself, upgrade. In his previous life, he saw the forum, and someone posted that he wanted to use upgrade to solve the mirror image, but he found out that the spiritual mirror is really strict. After it senses that the sword cultivator has broken through, it will spontaneously instill power into the mirror image and strengthen it. Therefore, such actions can be described as the widow, sigh, no use for that. According to the rules, if the mirror image cannot be eliminated within the time of a stick of incense, it will be considered a failure. Time waits for no one. Lu Chaoge still wants to be on the list. Fortunately, mirrors are just mirrors after all. It's realistic, but only realistic. Lu Chaoge's movements are more fluid, and his fighting consciousness is not comparable to that of a mirror image. As I said earlier, Lu Chaoge could be considered a stream of consciousness player in his previous life. His operation may not be good enough, but his consciousness is super strong. And at this time it can be clearly manifested. Big flaw. Lu Chaoge glanced at it, and the not too late in his hand lifted forward in a strange arc. The mirror's left arm was directly cut off and turned into black energy. Outside the secret room, Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly. In fact, in her previous life, the reason why she accepted Lu Chaoge as a disciple was not only her cooking skills, but also Lu Chaoge's fighting consciousness, which she admired. In this life, Lu Chaoge, although he stopped playing guns and instead practiced swords, his talent is still there. Before the time for Ban's Huxiang came, Lu Chaoge's sword energy directly destroyed the mirror image. The mirror image was constantly twisted, turned into bursts of black gas, and then dissipated. I'm sorry, you're just like me, but not me. Lu Chaoge put, not too late, behind him and strode forward. He didn't think anyone in this world could imitate his true essence. The spiritual mirror in the center of the secret room suddenly turned to one side, and a beam of light shone forward, and a teleportation circle appeared. When Lu Chaoge stepped on the teleportation array, he could lead to the place where the sword monument was. The old and hoarse voice spread throughout the audience, Momin Road Chaoge. Clear the customs. In his ear, a system prompt sounded at the same time. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the trial land. Except for the prompt sound, the system did not give Lu Chaoge any reward. He was not surprised by this, because visualizing the sword tablet is the reward for customs clearance, but the system will present the reward in another form. Outside the secret room, the sword sect disciples fell into a brief silence. A wooden sign engraved with the 5 characters, Momin Road Chaoge, floated down from the ancient tree and fell into the hands of the leading disciple of the sword sect. At first, he thought that this female senior from Chuanqiu Mountain picked up an embroidered pillow from the roadside to humiliate our sword sect. But I didn't expect that he was really offended. It's not because he's too weak that it's extremely insulting, but because he is really too strong. Since Lu Chaoge passed the level, the group of sword sect disciples had spontaneously timed him. Therefore, they knew exactly how long it took Lu Chaoge to clear the level. But this statistic makes people reluctant to admit it. Senior Gushu, the disciples headed towards the huge peach tree, holding a wooden sign, wanted to ask something. Gushu opened his mouth, his voice still old and hoarse, but with an unquestionable taste. Momin Road Chaoge, ranked first on the second realm rookie list. Yes, senior. After the disciple saluted, he took the wooden sign and walked towards the list on the wall. The top of the list in the first realm is Yu. The top of the list in the third realm is still Yu. But there is no Yu's name on the list of the second realm. Because when Yu was in the second realm, he didn't come to the trial ground to experience, he felt that it was a bit of a waste of time. In the third realm, the reason why he came again was because the top spot in the third realm was originally occupied by the disciples of the sword sect. But he was squeezed out by a genius swordsman from hundreds of sections. This made many disciples of Jianzong feel that their faces were dull, but they couldn't compare with others. In desperation, they had to ask Yu to go out and brush a wave of records. In this regard, Yu just felt very bored. At that time, he would rather go down the mountain to practice, or practice swords on the mountain. At that time, Yu had a feeling of loneliness that was invincible among her peers. Because that year, Lu Chaoga was still stuck in the initial stage, and Yu was still in a state of turning black. At that time, he could be said to be the #1 black fan of Lu Chaoga in the entire profound sky realm. When he thought of Lu Chaoga, his anger grew. At this moment, the second realm rookie list, which was also occupied by the disciples of Jianzong, had an extra Lu Chaoga. And the most helpless thing is that his data is too terrible. Lu Chaoga's time was only half of the original top spot. What a fast man. The sword sect disciples present, male or female, couldn't help but sigh. Now, Yu is also a cultivation base of the third realm, that is to say, he has no way to represent Jianzong to compete for the second realm list. As for the remaining second-level disciples of the current sword sect, they have screened it in their minds, and it is absolutely impossible for anyone to set this record. Momin, there are hundreds of doors in a mere area, and there are such hidden dragons. So terrifying, so terrifying. The first time I saw him, I felt that this head of the road was extraordinary and had the appearance of a great practitioner. What, you are obviously fascinated by his handsome face, okay? When the disciples of Jianzong were discussing, one person said, have you found out that the time used by this head of the road is a full 30 breaths? Shorter than the last time brother Yu passed the level. As soon as these words came out, the proud sword sect disciples fell into a brief silence again. The leading disciple laughed a few times and said, haha, junior brother, how can this be compared horizontally? One is the second realm, the other is the third realm, and the difficulty of the level is different. Senior brother, I think, if you compare it like this, if so, it is really inappropriate. After he said this, many disciples of the sword sect immediately agreed. The disciple who spoke earlier couldn't help but muttered, but senior brother, the head of the road, he will be in the third realm sooner or later. The person beside him couldn't help but bumped him, motioning him to shut up quickly. Why did you turn your elbow out? You are a male sword cultivator. Could it be that you are also fascinated? But all of them knew that there was nothing wrong with Yu reading. www.sonicmtl.com. This head of the road will sooner or later enter the third realm. And don't forget, when Yu Li passed the level, it was the second time he passed the level, and he already had experience. This head of the road is different, it is the first time for him. This is the first time to be so fierce. Who can guarantee that when he is in the third realm, will he overwhelm you? You? How can we comfort ourselves then? As proud as Yu, can he accept such a result? On the other side, the ancient peach tree was still very calm. It was only when Lu Chaoga made his sword for the first time that he lost his temper. Jiang Xinyan stood in front of the tree, watching Lu Chaoga ascend to the top of the list, and felt a little proud in his heart. It felt strange, and it puzzled her a bit. She is rarely happy for others. Jiang Xinyan thought to himself, maybe it's because I have regarded him as a confidant. After leaving the secret room, Lu Chaoga came to the legendary sword monument through the teleportation array. The sword monument is not particularly huge, about 7 or 8 meters high, and more than 2 meters wide. The whole body is made of ordinary stones, and the material is nothing special. Its special feature is the mysterious sword mark left by the first generation sword sovereign. The traces left by the last ninth realm in the entire profound sky realm. Lu Chaoge sat cross-legged in front of the sword monument, then looked up. The sword mark is located in the center of the sword tablet. It is a sword mark that is inclined upward, about a 45-degree angle. At first glance, it is actually unremarkable. But Lu Chaoge just glanced at it and felt that something was wrong, and couldn't help but let out a cry. Chapter 89. 89, 10,000 years old tree, malicious holding. A sword monument about 7 or 8 meters high stands in front of Lu Chaoge. At first glance, it looks ordinary, and it is not as sacred and mysterious as the legend. It's like an ordinary boulder on the side of the road, and then there is a slender scratch. However, if you are a sword cultivator and look directly at this sword mark for more than 3 breaths, you will find that it is extraordinary. Some people break through on the spot here. Some people succeed in swordsmanship here. Some people are here to sharpen their swordsmanship. Different sword cultivators can get different harvests. The sword monument has stood here for thousands of years, and there has never been a person with qualifications and stupidity who returned empty-handed here. As for sand sculpture players, the system will materialize the reward, perhaps to get a considerable amount of experience points, perhaps to get a chance to draw a lottery, perhaps to upgrade the swordsmanship you have learned by one level. The specific reward standard is evaluated according to the player's own comprehensive strength and performance when passing the level. It stands to reason that although Lu Chaoge is an NPC in the profound sky realm, he has player functions and should be rewarded by the system. In front of him, a system prompt message did pop up. It's just that Lu Chaoge at the moment is a little uneasy. His focus was not on the prompt information, but elsewhere. With his rock-solid Dao heart and his outrageous big heart, there are not many things in the world that can shock him. But at this moment, his heart was surging, and the mountains and tsunamis were set off in his heart. The first time Lu Chaoge saw the sword monument, he had a very strange feeling. Others may not see anything, but feel that this seemingly simple sword mark must have hidden secrets. Isn't that what the expert means? The more ordinary it looks on the surface, the more extraordinary it is in reality. Only Lu Chaoge knew that this sword mark was not intended to be so plain. But the first-generation sword sovereign made this move when he scratched the sword mark, which was very simple. It has inner beauty, but its outer, that's really unremarkable. How Jianzun called this move, Lu Chaoge didn't know. He only knew that he liked to call it normal attack. At the entrance of the trial ground, the disciples of Sword Sect were still chatting and discussing. Several female disciples had secretly made promises to Lu Chaoge, and worshipped them so much that they could not close their legs. Some male disciples wanted to interrupt after listening to their gushing praises, but they couldn't. The mirror hanging in the air will indeed broadcast the performance of the passers-by in the level, but it will not broadcast everything that happens in front of the sword monument. There is a forbidden area, you can only enter after passing the level in front. And after the ancient tree agrees. Under the heavy restrictions, even if she was as strong as Jiang Xinyan, her consciousness could not detect it. Although she is a great cultivator above the 5th realm and is close to the great perfection of the 5 realms, she still looks extremely small in front of the sword mark. This is the horror of the 9th realm power. This sword mark has been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. Even so, its divine might can easily kill Jiang Xinyan. She no longer looked up at the bright mirror in the air, but turned to look at the ancient tree. The vertical eye on the ancient tree glanced at her, and then, the branch moved slightly, a leaf fell to the ground, and a golden light flashed, and a formation was laid around the ancient tree, isolating it from the outside world. Come. The disciples of the sword sect outside could not hear the voices in the formation, nor could they see everything that happened in the formation, and could isolate the detection of divine consciousness. Jiang Xinyan was stunned for a moment. She felt that Senior Gushu was going to make a big move. Among the disciples of the sword sect, the strongest is only the peak of the third realm. Their task is to deal with some chores here. After all, it is enough to have an ancient tree guarding here, and there is no need to send a great cultivator to guard it. In the face of these juniors with weak cultivation, Jiang Xinyan felt that there was no need to put up such a big battle. This formation, let alone them, even if 3 great cultivators of the same realm as Jiang Xinyan join forces, they will definitely not be able to break through it. Little baby. The old hoarse voice of the ancient tree came. This tree is so old that in the entire profound sky realm, it is estimated that there is no one older than it. Therefore, although the sound of this little doll makes the listener feel strange, it is understandable. This is not to rely on the old to sell the old, people just have this qualification. Even the sect master of the sword sect and the contemporary sword master must be respectful in front of this ancient peach tree. Its strength and realm have always been a mystery, but it is not necessarily higher than the sword sect master and the contemporary sword master. After all, while trees have a long lifespan, the path of cultivation will be more difficult to walk, and they are inherently limited. But people are witnesses to history. According to legend, this tree was planted by Qingdi himself. It can become refined later, and it is very likely that it was influenced by the Qing emperor. Junior is here. Jiang Xinyan responded quickly, not daring to neglect. Gushu said, "How did you and him meet?" After Jiang Xinyan was stunned for a while, he quickly realized that the guy Gushu was referring to should be a fellow road fellow. She didn't hide it, she told everything about it. He first encountered a flood of beasts and rescued Mo Dongfeng, and then became attached to Lu Chaoga. After getting along with him for a period of time, I feel very comfortable to get along with him and regard him as a life confidant. Gushu listened quietly, and after hearing the word confidant, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Confidant?" Its vertical eyes glanced at Jiang Xinyan strangely, which made Jiang Xinyan only feel that he was being watched. She always felt that there was a bit of teasing in the eyes of this ancient tree. This reminded her of some rumors. Almost everyone knows that peach blossoms symbolize marriage. And you must know that this 1,000-year-old tree is a peach tree. The old man doesn't care much about many things, after all, he has lived too long. But it is particularly interesting in terms of bonding. Therefore, many young sword cultivators will come here to practice together. After the practice, they will pray in front of the peach tree to pour out their love and express their unswerving love for each other. Of course, the yellow is still yellow, and the green is still green. The peach tree is not the old moon, it does not have the ability to control the marriage, nor can it add a love buff to others, it is just happy to witness the marriage. Tayangshuanji Civil Affairs Bureau. Jiang Xinyan met Gushu's eyes and said stiffly, "Yes, Senior, Junior regards him as a confidant." At this moment, she felt that she was not facing an ancient tree, but those cultivators whose desires were magnified on the spring and autumn mountains. It's just that their own love is vigorous, and they also promote love all day long, wishing that everyone would fall in love. Especially Jiang Xinyan, who is beautiful and has a high level of cultivation, will be chatted every time she encounters, and persuade her to find a suitable Taoist partner as soon as possible, feel the wonderful taste of love, and moisten her Taoist body with Taoism. This year, not only the old-fashioned critics have conquered the heavens and the world, but the marriage-promoting parties are also everywhere. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Gushu looked at her, and after a long time he opened his mouth and said, Chuanqiu Mountains exercises, alas. Little baby, understand your heart as soon as possible. Gushu has seen too many Taoist companions, and it can actually be seen that Jiang Xinyan should have a good impression of Lu Chaoga. However, she shouldn't realize it herself. Of course, feelings are also limited to quite good feelings. The ancient tree has also heard a little about the special features of the spring and autumn mountain exercises. It knows that if the desire to be magnified is not lust, it will be difficult for people in this sect to be emotional. It stands to reason that this kind of thing can be left to its nature. Perhaps, as time goes by, the two have more and more contact, and the feelings will naturally become stronger. However, in Gushu's view, this kid is too special. Now that he was met by it, he couldn't help but want to say a few more words. It looked at Jiang Xinyan, who was at a loss, and said, Little baby, don't think that you are a great cultivator, and he is just a mere second level cultivation. In time you may not be worthy of him. Jiang Xinyan also has her own pride. If others say that, she may be slightly annoyed. But it was this ancient tree who spoke, and the person it spoke of was Lu Chaoga, which she admired very much, which made her not only angry, but curious. Senior is so optimistic about him? Jiang Xinyan asked. Gushu looked at her and said, since he can be selected, he has his own advantages, and he will be extraordinary in the future. Selected? Jiang Xinyan was puzzled. The next moment, the vertical eyes on the ancient tree disappeared, and the surrounding formations were instantly broken. Obviously, the elder Gushu said that he didn't want to talk anymore. Chapter 90. 90. What about you? The tale is exposed. Facts have proved that many of the older guys like to play tricks and speak only half of what they say, even a tree is no exception. Jiang Xinyan was confused by Gushu's talk about heart, not necessarily worthy of him in the future, and the chosen person, one by one confused. Especially when it's messy. The reason why she likes to go down the mountain when she has nothing to do, and does not like to stay in the spring and autumn mountain for meditation, is because in her opinion, the bottom of the mountain is cleaner. She has long been accustomed to loneliness and solitude, but there will always be someone on the mountain to break the tranquility. Lust is a large part of human desires. Therefore, in the sect of Spring and Autumn Mountain, the proportion of cultivators whose lust has been magnified due to their cultivation techniques is not low. This is a sect full of old-fashioned critics. Sword sect sword cultivators are all self-proclaimed romantic, and this part of the cultivators in Spring and Autumn Mountain are really romantic. Therefore, after a large number of sand sculpture players join Chuanqiu Mountain, they will soon be able to perfectly integrate into the group. People in the same way, they are people in the same way. What, you say that we are greedy people, we are cheap? You can fart hard. I like you so much in my Tao heart. If I don't lust for you, I feel very disrespectful to your Tao body. It's called being polite. In this wonderful sect, Jiang Xinyan, who is about 1.7 meters tall, has delicate facial features, a cold temperament, and a strong sense of yujia. Wearing black silk can make Jiang Xinyan, who wants to have sex, not be looked at by the wolves. She was overwhelmed, just bored. Of course, this also proves that Jiang Xinyan's external conditions are indeed very good. After all, in terms of aesthetics, you can always trust the old critics. At this moment, Jiang Xinyan looked ahead, but the pair of beautiful eyes had no focus, and the long eyelashes trembled slightly from time to time, a little lost. I don't know what she was thinking. In front of the sword monument, Lu Chaoge took a deep breath and calmed down his heart. Normal attack, why is it, normal attack? Lu Chaoge was a little puzzled. Naturally, others can't see the special features of this sword mark, but he can do this, how could he not see it? So, the first generation of Sword Sovereign will also be able to do this? Lu Chaoge thought. But if you think about it carefully, the first generation of Sword Sovereign is a figure standing at the peak of Kendo, and he knows more swordsmanship, is it strange? It's just a bit of a coincidence. The most important thing is that since the first generation of Sword Sovereign chose to use this move to draw the sword marks, and left the sword marks for the younger generations to see, presumably for him, this move is also very special. So, why did the idiot in my family worship this way? Lu Chaoge played Tiangshuanji for so long in his previous life, and he had never heard of any Sword Sect player, or Sword Sect NPC, who used this trick. This is very strange. No one in the Sword Sect can, but you, an outsider, can? There's something tricky. Lu Chaoge recognized this. He pondered for a moment, thinking in his heart, could it be that she still has a relationship with the first-generation Sword Sovereign? Lu Chaoge felt that he would ask after returning to the sect. Although this monster has serious amnesia and can't remember many things, but such an important thing must not be regarded as ignorant. And he is very clear that the demon worship has always wanted to retrieve his lost memory. Maybe this can help her? My 31st generation patriarch of Momin, when he was wandering down the mountain, he picked up something. Lu Chaoge shook his head. There are also dense purple moon chapters, as well as a large number of exercises and techniques. The realm of strength is a mystery, and now it is suspected to be related to the first generation of Sword Sovereign. Good guy, the more I think about it, the more it tickles my heart. If I hadn't already formed a preliminary friendship, and I would definitely not be able to beat her. Otherwise, he wants to dig the grave and open the coffin directly. As expected of the person who can rank with Aunt Ning in my heart. Lu Chaoge nodded slightly. The feeling of someone on this head is very moist. At the same time, his views on normal attack have also changed. Previously, although I thought that this was barely a skill, it was easy to use, but it was also a bit expensive. Getting started requires 100,000 experience points, and upgrading from level 1 to level 2 is directly doubled to 200,000. 200,000 experience points are enough for the current Lu Chaoge character level to rise several levels. From the current point of view, the 150% to 200% crit effect is indeed not bad. After the upgrade, it can be increased to a terrible 200% to 250%. But from another point of view, if the same amount of experience points is used to improve the character level, the overall strength enhancement is definitely higher than the crit effect. This is not to say that normal attack is useless, it can only be said that it is not suitable for early investment. When Lu Chaoge is level 30 or 40 in the future, it will take more experience to upgrade the character level. At that time, if you upgrade the normal attack, the benefits will be huge. For experts, this is a magical skill, but for scraps, this thing cannot be afforded. It's just that, at this moment, this skill has added a touch of legend. This is the move used by the first generation of Sword Sovereign to carve a sword marks. If nothing else, just this force, it is directly full. You must know that this first generation Sword Sovereign is the last ninth realm in the profound sky realm, and can be said to be the last light of that era. It just doesn't match the seat too much. A certain son of heaven smirked. After throwing away these messy thoughts, Lu Chaoga began to look up the system prompts that he had left aside for a long time. As the father of the system, you should be a little indifferent to it. Occasionally. It just made Lu Chaoga a little surprised that there was not only one prompt message in front of him, but several. He opened in turn. Ding. The system is grading your level, pay attention, this will affect your final reward standard. Ding. Your rating is S grade. In this regard, Lu Chaoga expressed his satisfaction. System ratings start with an F, then the well-known EDCBA, and the highest, N. S. Countless sand sculpture players protested against this system and felt that the A level must be followed by a V level, otherwise it would be disrespectful to the hundreds of G-wives in everyone's hard drives. The end result is, of course, that resistance is ineffective. This time, the demonstration was called the hand-pushing revolution by the sand sculpture players on the forum. Lu Chaoga was not surprised that he had obtained the highest rating, even in his previous life. No sword cultivator had ever received an S rating here. A small matter, he muttered. What he cares about now is, what is the highest specification reward? He continued to consult the prompt information. Ding. The S-level reward is randomly obtain one of the 3 inheritances of the first-generation sword sovereign, as well as the right to purchase some special items. Ding. Urgent reminder, UU reading www.sonicmtl.com is based on your own conditions and conflicts with the 3 inheritances of the original sword sovereign. You can choose 2 options. Note, as compensation, you will have more privileges to purchase special items. Lu Chaoga looked at the prompt and narrowed his eyes slightly. It turns out that this, normal attack, is actually one of the inheritances of the first-generation sword sovereign. He thought to himself. So, does this mean that the demon clan of your own worships it, and it is very likely that he has also come to the trial ground and inherited it here? Lu Chaoga felt that this conjecture was reasonable. When you go out, you can ask the ancient tree at the entrance. It's a tree demon, and the stupid worshipper in my family is also a demon. And if she really got her inheritance here, she must have performed very well. And the ancient tree should have left an impression. By the way, what kind of monster is she? Lu Chaoga had the urge to dig a grave and open a coffin again. Momin, Dan Qingfeng. The lonely tomb was as peaceful as before. As long as Lu Chaoga didn't come to her, she would stay in the tomb quietly, not even smoking. Lu Chaoga often suspects that this consecrated person who is not very smart should spend most of the time in a daze, which is called seclusion. Inside the earth bag of the solitary tomb, there is actually a small stone room. In the stone room, there is a very simple coffin. It's just that the material of this coffin seems to be very special, and it has not been damaged over time. At this moment, the coffin board was not tightly closed, but left a gap. In the gap, the tip of the fluffy tail was exposed, and it was swaying easily and comfortably. Chapter 91. 91. I want all the songs on my road. In front of the sword monument, Lu Chaoga, who was sitting cross-legged, was already rubbing his hands. What I'm broadcasting for you now is the unboxing of the first generation Sword Sovereign card blind box. He joked to himself for a while and heaved a breath at his hands. The lottery thing is very metaphysical. Especially when his chance is at 3.141596. The things he has encountered recently are full of all kinds of coincidences. And he can encounter such things when he comes to a trial ground, which makes him feel more and more that his fortune value is amazing. The inheritance of the first generation of Sword Sovereign should not be too bad. Lu Chaoge thought to himself. Although there should still be a distinction between superiors and inferiors, they should generally be on the same level. He opened the system interface and decisively chose to extract. In the case of choosing one of the two, the dog system also came up with two obscure boxes for Lu Chaoge to unpack. Male left and female right, choose the left one. Lu Chaoge chose the left one. The cassette also shook a few times, and then a golden light flashed. What a rustic cut scene. Lu Chaoge couldn't help but complain. Ding! You have obtained the inheritance of the first-generation sword. Sovereign, sword art, slow voice. Deep purple. Do you want to study immediately? Lu Chaoge's eyes lit up, dark purple, that's the top-grade purple. Good guy, slow voice, isn't that kid you use signature skill? It seems that. He also learned it when he entered the trial ground. Lu Chaoge nodded. Slightly, expressing satisfaction. The next time we meet and discuss with you, it will be interesting. You, senior brother Chaoge, take my Xeon sword. Lu Chaoge, hey, this seat will also. He took a look at the experience that it takes to learn, slow voice, is 50,000 points, which is the normal amount of purple level high-grade skills, much lower than the nameless swordsmanship he named, normal attack. Lu Chaoge now has almost 200,000 experience points that can be appropriated. So he can learn it completely. Therefore, he did not hesitate and chose, learning, decisively. Slow sound is a brand name of a word. The poem that he first thought of was Slow Sound, Sun Sun Mi, written by Li Qingzhao. Among them, his favorite sentence is, 3 glasses and 2 glasses of light wine, how can you fight against him, the wind is too late. And this set of swordsmanship has a total of 7 styles. Taking this word and brand name as the name has no deep meaning, it is completely literal. It's not that this set of swordsmanship is slow, but because it is, extremely fast. The sword comes first, the sound comes later, so it is called sound slow. After studying, Lu Chaoge glanced at his skill column, a note message quickly caught his attention, and he was very happy about it. Slow voice and normal attack can have overlapping effects. This surprised Lu Chaoge. Combination skill, slowly serious sword. What's the matter with the second sense of middle school? I like it, thought a chosen one who never felt embarrassed. In other words, Lu Chaoge's current, slow voice, is not the same as you use. With a 100% more critical hit than him. This is terrible. Little Yue, you're done. Lu Chaoge's mouth rose, revealing a devilish smile. He was already looking forward to meeting him. It's a pity that what he drew was the known, slow voice, which made him even more curious. What is the last remaining first-generation sword sovereign inheritance? After closing his skill bar, Lu Chaoge turned his attention back to the system interface. Next is the main event. He has been freezing a large amount of experience points without misappropriation, and some of them are specially prepared for today. If I remember correctly, the clearance rating is A. The open purchase permission for special items includes random special attribute points. This is a good thing that Lu Chaoge will be jealous of. Little poor A, it's ridiculous. I am the highest S rank, and the authority should be bigger and better. And the previous system gave a prompt, and my permissions will be strengthened. Lu Chaoge rubbed his hands together and chose Enable. Soon, 3 special items appeared in front of him. They are, Blue Level Skill Upgrade Coupon, Incomplete, Random Special Attribute Points, and Specified Special Attribute Points. Each item can only be redeemed for 1 and a decision must be made within 10 minutes. The exchange prices are 50,000 experience points, 200,000 experience points, and 500,000 experience points. If the average sand sculpture player sees this, they may start to scold their mothers. What about robbery? Oh sorry, I almost forgot, the average player can't beat the level at all. They don't deserve it. And if you are a high-level gamer and a professional player, you will definitely be ecstatic. First of all, the first special item may seem expensive and not cost effective, but it is very useful. 50,000 experience points are enough for Lu Chaoga's purple level, slow voice to get started, but no fool would use the blue level skill upgrade coupon for entry. Although it is a defective product, it can be used before level 5, and it can be used when skill level 4 is upgraded to level 5. Isn't it fragrant? Even if it is a low-level blue level skill, under normal circumstances, it takes about 100,000 experience points to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. This thing, as long as the clearance rating is B, you can get the right to buy it. Many players are envious of this thing, so they sprinted with all their strength, just wanting to have 8B. But for Lu Chaoga, what made him hesitant the most was this upgrade ticket. Blue level skills, should I learn them too? This was his first reaction. If you don't know how to learn, then why spend the 50,000 experience points? This upgrade coupon can only be used by oneself, and cannot be used by others. Nor can it be given as a gift. But in the end, Lu Chaoga still bought it, because he has a slight collection addiction, so he regarded it as collecting special items. Anyway, it was only 50,000 experience points, a little money. As for learning blue level skills, my chosen son, Lu Chaoga, even if he died, jumped off the Danqing Peak, and didn't learn any blue level skills. Not worthy of my force. As for the latter two special items, Lu Chaoga directly chose exchange, and he poured out a full 700,000 experience points without even blinking an eye. Under normal circumstances, many professional players will choose to endure for a while and come back to the trial ground when they reach the third realm, just to save enough experience points, and then take an A level to gain the right to exchange random special attribute points. After all, before level 30, it is still very difficult to save enough 200,000 experience points. It's not that it can't be saved, it's that it's hard not to spend it. Many times, many opportunities are placed in front of you, and you need to spend experience points to fight for them. There are trade-offs. Children only make choices, adults want everything. This sentence is often not true. In most cases, children feel that they can choose not to. I want everything. Adults know clearly in their hearts that it is good to choose one. In most cases, adults have no choice at all. This is the truth. Lu Chaoga didn't have such troubles. After all, his family was rich. God is fair. After giving him a lot of experience points, he also lost his troubles. Of course, this is just a joke. Do you know how I've been through the past 20 years? Lu Chaoga knew that he had experience points before, but couldn't spend it. How painful it was. Special attribute points. It is extremely difficult to obtain, but it is infinitely useful, and the sooner you get it, the better. Therefore, let alone this price, even if it doubled, Lu Chaoga would choose to exchange it without hesitation. He first opened the random special attribute point and started the lottery. The system would randomly draw the same. The turntable turned, and when it was about to stop, the pointer passed the spear path qualification, and finally stopped on the divine sense. Good thing. It can increase the strength of consciousness. Lu Chaoga felt that he was lucky. In his previous life as a gun repairer, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com dreamed of getting spear path qualification, but now for him, what is the use of me wanting this long gun? Oh, it's still useful. After obtaining the gun road qualification, although I am not a gun repairer. When I fight a gun repair, I can produce a 5% suppression effect. Lu Chaoge thought to himself. That is to say, when fighting Jiang Xinyan, if the strength is the same, it can be more thorough. When he thought that the other party was still a body-refining spear repairer that he couldn't defend against, Lu Chaoge instantly felt that the spear path qualification was not useless. You must know that Jiang Xinyan's voice is the standard Yuji's voice, and I don't know how it feels when Yu Jian shouts for mercy. After obtaining 1 point of divine sense, Lu Chaoge clearly felt that his spiritual consciousness had grown a lot, and both the range and sensitivity of his spiritual consciousness had improved qualitatively. Outside the trial ground, the ancient tree, who had previously closed his mouth, suddenly let out a light hum. Jiang Xinyan could not rely on his divine sense to detect the situation near the sword steel. As the guardian of the trial ground, the ancient tree was naturally clear. It clearly noticed that Lu Chaoge's consciousness had made a breakthrough. Jiang Xinyan glanced back at the ancient tree, and she could probably guess that it must have been fellow Daoist Lu who had done something amazing. She took off the jade gourd from her waist and took a sip of Lu Chaoge's improved version of the spirit wine, Spring Sleep. Friend Lu seems to always be able to bring surprises to people, she thought in her heart. After a few sips of spirit wine, there was a slight blush on her cold face. At this moment, she couldn't help but remember Gu Shu's previous words. In time, you may not be worthy of him. P.S. In the countdown to the shelves, this is the penultimate free chapter of the second chapter. Chapter 92. 92, Sword of Hatred. Jiang Xinyan shook his head, raised his head, and took another sip of the spirit wine, Spring Sleep. As she raised her head, her superior jawline and her white and slender neck formed a beautiful arc. Jiang Xinyan's 3000 blue silk is tied into a sassy high ponytail. Compared with the freshness of the ponytail, the high ponytail is matched with her cold temperament, and the royal sister is full of style. At this time, coupled with the action of drinking the gourd, if some girls who are orange in the orange see it, I am afraid they will shout, "Sister, kill me." Jiang Xinyan put down the jade gourd and dispelled the messy thoughts in his heart. Jiang Xinyan would not have thought about it at all if it hadn't been for this old tree senior who made a mess of mandarin ducks. She doesn't even know her own mind, and she doesn't think she is interested in boring love, so why should she think about what is worthy of it? The sequence is not right. Senior Gu Shu mistaken me. She cleared away her distracting thoughts and began to wait for Lu Chaoge's appearance. In front of the sword monument, Lu Chaoge started to assign specified special attribute points, after extracting random special attribute points. As the name suggests, he can add this one special attribute wherever he wants. Except for the unchangeable opportunity and the charm that is already full and has nowhere to be placed. If there is a choice, he will definitely add charm. It is worth mentioning that the specify special attribute points must be added within 10 minutes, otherwise it will be invalid, and this thing cannot be saved. Otherwise, with Lu Chaoge's mentality of playing Tiangshuanji as a financial game, he would definitely keep it steady and keep it. For a sword cultivator, the most important thing must be kendo qualification, which will directly affect your sword heart, upper limit of skill level, upper limit of sword will, etc. And every time you get 1 point of kendo qualification, whether it is the strength of sword energy or the strength of sword intent, as long as it is related to the sword, the attribute will increase by 10%. This comprehensive bonus is particularly obvious, and it is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The reason why I choose to save it is because kendo qualification reaches a certain value, and the difficulty of obtaining it will increase sharply. It's a pity that the dog system is a black-hearted maggot, and will not give Lu Chaoga a chance to manage money. He didn't feel down about it. As confident as he is, he doesn't think he can't get 10 points of kendo qualification, it's just a matter of time. The mere system is just a little more difficult in the process. He smiled freely and didn't take it to heart at all. With his rock-solid Dao heart, even if he plays against the sky, he will be confident that he is at least better than the sky. It really is domineering fucking cry domineering is dead. After Lu Chaoga received the attribute points, he added it directly to the kendo qualification, without thinking about it. From this moment on, he is kendo qualification 3. Lu Chaoga had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Because he is very clear, for sword repair players, every time they get 3 points of kendo qualification, there will be a transformation. Huge transformation. In the same way, the same is true when a gun repairer obtains 3 points of gun path qualification. In his previous life, when he was a gun repairer who stabbed people with a long spear, after obtaining 3 points of gun path qualification, he was happy to stab people all day. At this moment, a mysterious ripple rippled around Lu Chaoga. It's like a ripple. At the same time, dense mists are created, but they are inky. All these are intertwined, as if there is an ink painting scroll beside him. With a profound artistic conception. Lu Chaoga's Jianqin has undergone earth-shaking changes in an instant. He only felt that he was in a very mysterious state. But it's hard to describe. Everything can only be understood, not in words. He seemed to have seen something, but he couldn't remember anything. This may be the so-called comfortable. Get it, forget it. Lu Chaoga's rock-solid, self-confident and fearless Jianxian began to transform. He has entered the realm of Jianqin penetration that many sword cultivators dream of. Outside the trial ground, the silent ancient trees rustled again. The ancient trees tens of meters high, with no wind and swaying branches, and leaves, naturally attracted everyone's attention. Jiang Xinyan looked back at senior ancient tree, wondering why it shook again. The old and hoarse voice spread throughout the audience, and it didn't seem to be stingy to build momentum for Lu Chaoga. Jianqin is transparent. As soon as the 4 characters came out, everyone quickly reacted. What senior? Gu Shu said must be Lu Chaoga, the head of the Momin. There was an exclamation all around. What? How is this possible? No matter how strong his cultivation in the second realm is, no matter how high his aptitude is, it is impossible for him to be transparent with his sword heart. Nothing is impossible. Isn't this head of the road even breaking the record of senior brother Yu Yu? A little fangirl of Lu Chaoga said decisively and began to climb the wall to support her new idol. Soon, someone refuted her. Junior sister Su, I'm afraid you don't know the meaning of Jianqin penetration. Once I wait for a sword cultivator to enter the realm of Jianqin penetration, we can awaken a magical power of life. However, Jianqin penetration is not easy. How many people are poor in his life, he can't do it. But after all, sect leader Lu is not an ordinary person. This junior sister Su said softly. In her eyes, the brothers are a frog on a toad, an ugly flower. But this head of the road is different. He is more beautiful than senior brother Yu Yu, and even the corners of his mouth are full of self-confidence. Domineering and unruly. Seeing him for the first time, this junior sister Su felt that his face shot through her tender heart, as if there was a cracking sound of a jade pot in her ears, and something was gurgling out. Hot and sticky. Yes, that is love. At first sight, Chaoga will be mistaken for a lifetime However, the next paragraph of the brothers made this sister Sue completely stunned. Junior sister Sue, senior brother, can tell you, according to the reliable information that senior brother knows, our Lord Jianzuan also reached the realm of sword heart transparency at the moment of breaking through to the fourth realm. When junior sister Sue heard the words, it took a while before she said, "That's really young and promising." Everyone was speechless for a while. Although many people felt that this scene was a bit whimsical, the senior Gushu said that it was Jianxin's thoroughness, and these juniors expressed a few words of disbelief, and it could also be said to be a gaffe. If you keep shouting, "I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I just don't believe it," it is disrespectful to it. No one dared to question the vision of a 1,000-year-old tree. In their hearts, a terrifying thought arose: the head of the road, with the cultivation of the second realm, has a clear sword heart. Does this mean that he is much stronger than the swordsman of the same period? As soon as this idea was born, they suddenly gasped. Then, according to international practice, after inhaling the air conditioning, you should shout a few times, "It's so scary, so scary." This is also because their consciousness cannot detect the interior of the trial ground, so they have never known that the ink-colored air flow is the sword intent, not the special effect produced by the sword move, otherwise they should be surprised and shudder. Rao is so, if Lu Chaoga opens the reputation value interface at this moment, he can also see that the reputation value is rising rapidly. The 20 or so disciples of the sword sect have already brought a lot of prestige. And don't forget, there are also the ancient trees of 10,000 years and Jiangxinyan, who are also shocked. These two are the big ones. The next moment, a mutation occurred. A breath began to wreak havoc in the surroundings, penetrating the restriction at the sword monument. This makes Gushu, the controller of the ban, feel strange. And what's even weirder is the back. With this breath rippling, the swords of the sword cultivators present suddenly shook. The long sword has a spirit, and since it is a sword of life, it naturally has its own spirituality. The next moment, all the swords of life were suddenly unsheathed, and there were bursts of sword sounds. The sound of sword cries came and went one after another, quite like 1,000 swords coming to court. This is a magnificent scene. Why do you say it's weird? Because these sword cultivators are the masters of the life sword. They have the same mind with the spirit sword. In an instant, the sword cultivators clearly understood the meaning of the sound of the spirit sword chirping. Where is this Wanjian Leko? In the sound of the sword cry, there is endless hatred. P.S. It will be on the shelves in the early morning of January 1st. This is the last free chapter. Chapter 93. Testimonials. It's time to spend money for me again, are you happy? Hehe, I haven't written a testimonial for a long time. It's rare to write it again, and I feel a little excited in my heart. First, let's talk about the subject of the book. Why did I open another NPC-style book? I used to shoot and run away, writing only one book per subject. I prefer to step out of my comfort zone and do a little more experimentation. After writing on the same subject for a long time, my thoughts are easy to solidify. Just for me personally, haha. So, what is the reason? Because of stability. Well, not because of stability. When have I been unstable? That's all in the past. In fact, it was because before conceiving this book, I first conceived the protagonist's character and world background, and then decided on the theme based on the character and world background. After thinking about it, I finally decided that the NPC flow was the most suitable. Then, start making an outline. Damn, my personal favorite urban theme is still reserved for the next book, if I will continue to write books in the future. Regarding the update that everyone is most concerned about, this time I can pat my chest muscles to guarantee that it will definitely be stronger than before. I recently discovered that I have always had a passion for writing books. Many people may think that enthusiasm is a fart. No, the reason why many authors are becoming more and more popular, and the reason why they maintain their original intentions, is because they are always enthusiastic. In this book, I want to try the big chapters in the legend, that is, 2 chapters are updated every day, but 1 chapter tops other people's 2 chapters or more. When the time comes, I will launch a powerful attack, so don't dislike it. In a few hours, it will be 2021, and it will hit shelves on the first day of the new year, hoping for a good omen. In the second half of 2020, I lived in a daze, but fortunately this year has passed so fast. Closer to home, it will be on the shelves in the early morning of January 1st. And VIP will be officially opened. I will update 2 chapters first. Ha 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 ha, there is no way, I have only 2 chapters in the manuscript, and I found that there is no, I am so special. But tomorrow's update is definitely more than 2 chapters, and it is indispensable. Only 2 chapters will be updated on the first day of release. I am afraid that you will kill me. Then there's the cliched issue of subscriptions. Although I am already a mature author, I know very well that everyone who should subscribe will subscribe. No matter how many people who watch pirated copies, I will still watch pirated copies, but I still ask for a subscription. In a big way, income is the foundation of an industry. Anyway, reading my book. It doesn't cost much money. You can say that you look down on those tentacle monster books, but there is no reason to look down on mine, very economical. As for how much the first order of this book can reach, I have no idea in my mind. But still hope the higher the better. Nothing else, I just want to pretend. Crossed out. I want to break through myself. Until now, when I wrote the book, even though people gave it the nickname 10,000 orders are not difficult for young children, they were all orders. The first order has never exceeded 10,000, and the highest record is only about 9,000. I don't know if this book has a chance. Seriously, I've been coveting that first 10,000 badge for a long time. Then, there is the issue of monthly passes. I hope that everyone will not keep saying that they love me, and then give the monthly pass to the coquettish bitches outside. Such scumbag behavior is not recommended. I took a look at the recent events. It seems to be until the 7th, from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock in the evening. For every 1,500 points, you can get an extra monthly pass. Wow, that's so cheesy. It's also horrible. I can already foresee the sword and shadow of the sword in January 2021. Because there is the great squid in front, I believe that the common goal of the rest of the new books is to compete for the second place in the monthly ticket list for new books. Me too. In other words, is it okay for everyone to regard me as a cultivator idol? You have 1 vote, I have 1 vote, and Young Treasure may be able to debut. In addition, the reader group number is in the introduction, and the new book has a large group of 2,000 people, which is almost full. I always feel that the day when the group is full is the time when the new book group is cool. Daily bombing groups, I have long been used to it, and I even want to whistle to give it away. Let's talk bullshit here, see you in the morning. Above, the kindergarten is in the lead. Chapter 94. 93, Murder in a Dream. Outside the trial ground, a group of Jianzhong Jianxiu quickly put the sword of life back into the scabbard, and began to appease their spiritual sword. It was the first time they felt such complex emotions on the sword of life. Deep hatred and anger, as well as the suppressed, the slightest fear. It seems that the wave that just radiated out can threaten the sword spirit. This force is not provoking them, but threatening them. What is it? Everyone looked at each other, feeling dazed. Because they felt that their sword spirit was actually like a puppy facing a big dog, that is, because both dogs were led by their masters, so the puppy dared to bark recklessly. Hatred and anger are both supporting the scene, and the fear in the bones is real. They don't like it, they can't do it, and they're afraid of it. This is the real emotion. At the same time, they felt a lingering fear. You must know that for sword cultivators, the natal sword is one of the most precious things. If the sword is broken or damaged, it can be repaired. It can be nourished slowly by spiritual power, and then it can be forged again. But if the sword spirit is incomplete, it is almost irreparable. The sword spirit is the essence of the sword of life. If the sword spirit is incomplete, the future of this sword will come to an end. The former can still rely on supplements, while the latter simply cannot help, but cannot be saved. After appeasing their own life sword, the sword cultivators looked at each other in dismay. The one who spoke first was still junior sister Sue. Brothers and sisters, do you feel depressed? Her delicate face paled slightly, which was very uncomfortable. Everyone nodded, agreeing with her. After this mysterious aura swayed, whether it was their divine sense or their divine soul, they all felt a sense of discomfort. Evil door. So evil. In front of the sword monument, Lu Chaoga's chest rose and fell. His breathing was rhythmic, steady, and long. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes are extraordinarily bright as stars. And his pupils have a faint dark golden color. It's not intense, but you can still see it if you look closely. The next moment, the mysterious aura that was exuding to the outside world was instantly gathered into his sword heart, and the pupils also returned to their original colors, as if they had never appeared before. Jianqin is transparent. Lu Chaoga spoke slowly, very satisfied. His natal supernatural powers have also been awakened. When he was awakened, he couldn't control it for a while, causing it to leak out. According to the system mechanism, the awakening of natal supernatural powers will be judged according to the player's own comprehensive quality. From the current point of view, the comprehensive strength of Lu Chaoga must be the top, so the awakening must be the top natal supernatural power. At the same time, there are various kinds of natal supernatural powers, and they will also be drawn according to the player's own emphasis. Lu Chaoga's special attribute points are relatively simple and not cluttered, so according to his special attribute points distribution, his natal supernatural powers, first of all, be handsome. No way, charm 10. It's the same sentence, there is one stone in the world for being handsome. And I, Lu Chaoga, have 12 buckets, and everyone in the world owes me 2 buckets. Secondly, in addition to kendo aptitude, he also has spiritual sense, so this natal supernatural power has been characterized. It is called heart sword. The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. Lu Chaoga nodded secretly as he looked at the basic introduction of heart sword. That is to say, as long as he is willing, each of his swords can not only cause damage to other people's bodies, but even divine consciousness, divine soul, and tool spirit. Today, the power of heart sword is not very strong, and its strength is closely related to the strength of Lu Chaoga's consciousness. The stronger Lu Chaoga's consciousness is, the stronger it will be. It seems that in the future, if conditions permit, we will develop the special attribute of divine sense. Lu Chaoga thought for a while. Xinjian is undoubtedly a natal supernatural power worth investing in, and he can think of future scenarios. This trick kills invisibly. Perhaps you were still in your sleep, and your soul was silently beheaded. Lu Chaoga smiled crookedly. I like to kill people in my dreams. Come out. Come out. Outside the trial ground, Lu Chaoga was teleported out through the teleportation array, and immediately attracted the attention of all the disciples of the Sword Sect. He could feel it, and the eyes of everyone looking at him had obviously changed. It was amazing at first, but now, it is reverent. Lu Chaoga nodded slightly towards everyone, and the legs of several female disciples immediately became soft. He walked forward and looked at the leaderboard at the entrance. His name is on the top of the second realm rookie list, which is particularly eye-catching. The 5 big characters Momin Road Chaoga are very special. After all, the other 2 lists are all written Sword Sect Yu. He seems to be sandwiched between 2 Yu. And under him was a series of disciples of the Sword Sect, starting from the 7th, it was a certain genius among the hundreds of sections. When the sand sculpture player arrives, this list will be able to reflect the effect. When the disciples of the sword cultivators saw Lu Chaoga walking towards the list, they thought that his face would show an ecstatic look, but they only saw him glance at him lightly, and after seeing his name, they turned towards the ancient tree, walking, leaving a very lonely back to everyone. It seems that he doesn't care much about the final ranking. From the moment I stepped into the land of trials, I knew that I would be number 1. Several disciples of the Sword Sect, both male and female, looked at this back and couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't it just prestige? Take it. Take it all. Lu Chaoga walked in front of Gu Shu and Jiang Xinyan, smiled lightly, and said, it's been a long wait. Soon, soon. Jiang Xinyan still cherishes his words like gold, but implicitly praises this fellow rotor. It's just that Lu Chaoga knew that he was quick to break through, but listening to a high-cold royal sister, a teacher from a previous life, a woman who deserves to be taught, suddenly praised him for being fast, and he always felt unhappy. Above the ancient tree, the vertical eye opened again, it looked at Lu Chaoga. From top to bottom, the branches and leaves rustled, and an old and hoarse voice came out, you are very good. Senior is wrong. Lu Chaoga handed over indifferently, neither humble nor arrogant. He knew very well in his heart that at least half of his soaring reputation value came from this ancient tree. It seems to appreciate me? Lu Chaoga thought. Gu Shu looked at Lu Chaoga, and after a while, he said, young man, I have a request. Senior, please speak. Lu Chaoga said. The person who passed on your swordsmanship, is he still alive? Gu Shu asked. Lu Chaoga was not surprised by this. This peach tree has lived for 10,000 years and knows more things, so it's not surprising. Presumably it recognized its own normal attack? And this made him more and more sure that the worshipper of Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com probably came to the place of trial. He was also a monster. And Gu Shu should have an impression of her. Lu Chaoga nodded. Although this enshrined sighed and lay in the coffin every day, he still stubbornly sent away the head of the 5 dynasties, Momin. When the ancient tree heard the words, the branches and leaves rustled, and the calm tone became a little excited. Can you invite him here, to meet me? Gu Shu's vertical eyes widened. I'm afraid it won't work. Lu Chaoga shook his head and said, Senior Gu Shu. Her current situation is special, so I'm afraid she won't be able to come. Here. Gu Shu heard the words and let out a long sigh. Forget it, it's good that he's still alive, it's good that he's still alive. Lu Chaoga looked at the ancient tree, his mind moved, and he said, Junior still wants to make sure that the person in the mouth of the senior of the ancient tree is the same person as the junior thinks. I also hope that the seniors will tell the name taboo. Although he guessed in his heart that Gushu should be talking about the worship of his own family, but this idiot has lost his memory, no one even knows his name, and his mind is immature, just like a child. If she got her real name from the ancient tree, maybe it would be helpful for her to retrieve her memory? A leaf fell from the ancient tree, imposing a ban around it. Even Jiang Xinyan was ruthlessly blocked from the ban by Gushu, obviously unwilling to let her hear it. After the ban was set, the 10,000-year-old peach tree solemnly said, "His name is Luli, the eccentric Luli." Chapter 95. 94, He is not as good as you. Luli? Lu Chaoga went through it in his memory and was very unfamiliar with this name. In the game plot he knew, there was no NPC named Luli. But judging from Gushu's solemnity, this person is obviously not simple. Having said that, if it wasn't for Gushu, who said it was the strange Luli, he might have thought that this person and himself belonged to the family, both surnamed Lu. Is this ancient tree the same person I said? Lu Chaoga began to have doubts. The name Luli doesn't seem like a female name. But the name thing, I really can't tell. Many people's names don't know their gender. In his previous life, Lu Chaoga had seen all kinds of strange names. Sir, times have changed. It is no longer the time when the older generation was apparent, and the names are very correct. A lot of the names are earthy, but at least they are normal. When the young sand sculptures become parents, many people choose their names just for their own happiness, without considering the feelings of the dolls at all. Lu Chaoga's junior high school classmate, a girl named Zhuge village husband. At this moment, Lu Chaoga silently wrote down the name in his heart. Although he always felt that something was wrong, he still wanted to go back and shout Luli at the lonely grave to see if there was a chance to evoke her dusty memory. Lu Chaoga was about to continue asking questions when he saw that the ancient tree had removed the restriction imposed. Obviously, he didn't want to talk more about this Luli. At this moment, after there was no restriction, the vertical eye on the ancient tree looked at Lu Chaoga for a while and Jiang Xinyan for a while, and the more he looked, the more he felt that the two were really on the right track. The golden boy and the jade girl, the companions of the gods, flying together. Something strange got mixed in. I agree to this marriage. The old problem of this 10,000-year-old peach tree began to commit again. He is obviously a monster, but he treats himself as a month old. Lu Chaoga met the gaze of the ancient tree, always feeling like when the 7 ants and 8 ants looked at him when they went home for the new year, they pressed themselves on the sofa, and then came up to do whatever they wanted. At one time I was promoting the girls of the Wang family, at the other time I was promoting the younger sisters of the Li family, and they were all praised to the sky, all of which were unparalleled in the world. But as soon as I heard it was so good, I said I had it all, and they cursed. It's hard to be a man. Gushu looked at the two of them and said, "Little friend Lu, how about you? And I play a little trick?" "Senior Gushu, please speak." Lu Chaoga said indifferently. "The old guy has been here for so many years, and it's a little boring. I will set a small test for you. If Lu Xiaoyu can pass the test, I will give the two little friends a small gift, how about it?" Gushu said. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga stretched out his right hand and said, "Senior, please." When the disciples of the sword sect at the back saw Lu Chaoga make such actions, they immediately knew that there was a good show to watch. They held their breaths and kept their eyes fixed, showing a look of anticipation. The branches and leaves of the 10,000-year peach tree were rustling, and soon, under the watchful eyes of the public, new buds emerged from its trunk. A new branch was born, with sparse leaves on it. Only then did Lu Chaoga understand that the wooden figures in the trial ground were all made from this old tree. After the new branches were formed, the voice of the old tree came again. When I watched the little friend pass through the barrier, the sword of life was never unsheathed. The old man is a little curious. This branch is stronger than the wooden man in the first level. If the little friend can leave a scratch on it, the little friend will pass the test. As soon as this statement came out, let alone the disciples of the sword sect, even Jiang Xinyan was interested. Lu Chaoga's "not too late" has never been unsheathed, even if she is as indifferent as her, she is still very curious about the scene when she unsheathed. As for the disciples of the sword sect, they looked over here eagerly, wanting to see the style of this sword. The natal sword is the nourishment of sword cultivators day and night. Whether a sword cultivator is strong can be seen from the natal sword. Like Yu Yu's natal sword, first view, it is far stronger than sword cultivators of the same realm. In the profound sky realm, the weapon of life is the cultivation system that is very popular now. The pleasure of cultivating is indescribable. Lu Chaoga heard the words, but put the "not late" in his hand behind him, and then shook his head. He looked at the vertical eyes on the ancient tree and calmly said, "The time has not come." As soon as this statement came out, there was a bit of an uproar at the scene. What kind of mystery does this sword hide? In the face of the 10,000-year peach tree, he was unwilling to unsheath. Lu Chaoga bowed his hand slightly towards the ancient tree and said, "Offended." The next moment, a sword light flashed in front of him. So fast. This was everyone's first thought. The ink-colored air flow is accompanied by sword energy, and the artistic conception of ink painting is elegant and unrestrained, without the slightest sense of sharpness. It arises in an instant, and then dissipates in an instant. Everything is going so fast that no one can see it at all. The real speed is invisible. This sword is the new swordsmanship that Lu Chaoga learned at the sword monument. Slow voice. At the moment when the sword light dissipated, there was a sound of sword energy breaking through the air. This kind of vision made many disciples of the sword sect present feel familiar, as if someone's sword move was the same. "Senior brother Yu Yu, it's senior brother Yu Yu." They reacted immediately. Yu Yu's swordsmanship is the same, the sword comes first, the sound comes later. According to legend, senior brother Yu Yu gained a lot when he visualized the sword monument. He not only broke a small realm on the spot, but also obtained the inheritance of the first-generation sword sovereign and learned a set of tyrannical swordsmanship. The characteristics of this sword technique are exactly the same as Lu Chaoga's sword at the moment. Could it be that this head of the road has also been recognized by the sword tablet? He even got the sword sovereign inheritance. The most important thing is that they, who have shallow consciousness only, now perceive Lu Chaoga's sword intent. Sword intent. That was sword intent just now. The cultivation base of the second realm, the first layer of heaven, has actually taken shape. No wonder he can slash the wooden man in the first level with one sword. The appearance of sword intent directly broke their cognition. But when he thinks of this person's second realm, he has achieved the sword heart penetration, as if he was born to break the rules. For Lu Chaoga, the sword cut here is also his current supreme sword. This sword is far more powerful than when he broke through the first level. He now has one more, kendo aptitude, and he has also learned a new swordsmanship, slow voice. These alone have given him a qualitative leap. As for the penetration of Kenshin, this is equivalent to a gift from the system to the player. When you collect 3 points of kendo qualification, it will be given to you as a gift. A guy like Yu Yu, who is born with full kendo aptitude, does not mean that he is born with a clear mind in swordsmanship. This is a realm that needs to be realized slowly. On the ancient tree, the branches did not move at all. This scene made everyone feel familiar. Sure enough, after a breath, a smooth cross-section appeared, and the branch was cut off abruptly. The test of an ancient tree is to leave a scratch on the branch. But Lu Chaoga's sword exceeded its expectations. It did not expect that Lu Chaoga had made such a big leap. It was evaluated according to Lu Chaoga's strength when he broke through the first level, and then slightly increased the difficulty. How should I put it? The peach tree just wants to order Mandarin duck music. And wants to be a month old. This little gift is what it really wants to give, no matter what. As for the so-called test, it is just to add a little fun and a sense of ritual. In this way, the two of them will feel precious when they recall the past. Years later. But 10,000 years peach tree, I cracked. Pata, the broken branches fell to the ground, and the surroundings were silent. Lu Chaoga's life sword was still unsheathed, but let alone a scratch, he cut off the branches directly. No one can say he is arrogant, because the facts are in front of him. What an offense. Lu Chaoga took it back, not too late, and carried him behind him. The laughter of Wanyan Peach Tree quickly spread throughout the audience. It was not annoyed at all, but felt extremely happy. You were stronger than he was back then. The old voice of the ancient tree came out. Lu Chaoga knew in his heart that the man Gu Shu was talking about was probably Lu Li, who he didn't want to talk about. On the other hand, the disciples of the sword sect were confused. They only know that Senior Gu Shu has a lot of knowledge, and the people who can be compared by him are definitely not ordinary people. According to legend, the old man has dealt with the first-generation sword master. The person it refers to is not the first-generation sword sovereign, right? This terrifying thought rose from the bottom of their hearts. If this is the case, in the face of such a compliment, how should the head of the road answer? When Lu Chaoga heard the words, he just waved his sleeve lightly. With his magical power of water, he performed a wave of water in public. When he moved his fingers, the water wouldn't stop. The water droplets generated in the air gathered together, forming a flowing pocket version of the river in front of him. Lu Chaoga lowered his eyes, looked at the river, and responded to the ancient tree's words in a meaningful way. Flowing water does not strive to be the first, it is the continuous flow of contention. P.S. Still available today, ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a subscription. Chapter 96. 95, Dog Stuff. Flowing water does not strive to be the first, it is the continuous flow of contention. Jiang Xinyan was indifferent, but after hearing this sentence, he chewed it carefully, and his beautiful eyes lit up. Although she didn't know who this 10,000-year-old peach tree was comparing with Lu Chaoga, Lu Chaoga's reply and attitude actually proved her Taoism. This sentence is also very suitable for her taste. What flowing water cares about is not how fast or slow it flows, but how long it is, and it is even more gushing. He doesn't care if he is ahead or behind, he firmly believes that he can go further. For a great practitioner like Jiang Xinyan, she knows very well how important the mind is to practitioners. To put it simply, if you don't even have the ambition to become a first-class sword cultivator, and you don't even dare to think about this goal, then you are naturally unworthy. Cultivation is to act against the sky, the road is difficult, and every time you go up a floor, it becomes more and more difficult to climb. If your heart is not high, your realm will naturally not be high. Some people may believe that visions will open up, but for some people, it is the self-confidence and persistence in their bones. Lu Chaoga looked at the ancient tree. Although he didn't know whether the Lu Li he was talking about was worshipped by his own foolish man, he could imagine that he should be a remarkable person. What he wants is not to be ahead of him in the same period. What he wants is one step ahead, one step at a time. When you climb the Kunlun Mountains, you eat jade, and you live the same life. As the heavens and the earth, and the sun and the moon shine together. Wanyan Gushu listened to Lu Chaoga's reply and didn't know how he felt. Just listening to the rustling of the leaves, the old laughter spread from it. And the branch on the ground that was cut off by Lu Chaoga floated in the air. And then floated in front of him. I'll give it to you together. Peach Tree said to Lu Chaoga. Thank you, Senior. Lu Chaoga took the peach branch and put it into his ink ring. Although this is just a new branch of the 10,000-year-old peach tree, it is no trivial matter. This is an excellent forge material. Lu Chaoga can take it back and refine it. Although it cannot be exactly the same as the wooden man in the trial ground, he can also make a similar effect. At that time, you can use it to train Momin disciples. Momin's infrastructure is still a bit poor, and Lu Chaoga, as the head, feels that it is necessary to think of something. Now that Lu Chaoga has passed the small test, Taoshu decided to give the two of them the small gift he promised earlier. I saw a mysterious ripple emitting in the air, and then, a faint fragrance filled the entire trial ground. This fragrance is refreshing, just smelling it like this makes people feel comfortable, and a warm current emerges from the limbs. On this huge peach tree, 2 small peach blossoms are in full bloom at this moment. Compared with the ancient trees tens of meters high, these 2 peach blossoms are extraordinarily small, but they are very eye-catching. They have a pink shimmer. 2 peach blossoms fell from the branches, and then fell into the palms of Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan. As soon as they touched the palms of the two, they instantly melted. Then, it merged into the palms of the two. A small peach imprint appeared on Lu Chaoga's left palm, not like a tattoo, but more like a drawing. When some women make up, they will draw flowers on the eyebrows, which is almost the same effect. Isn't this going to add peach blossom luck? Lu Chaoga began to worry for a while. Whether it was in the past or this life, he felt that his peach blossom luck was a little too prosperous. Many people pray to God and worship Buddha. I just want to make my marriage happy and peach blossoms prosperous. Lu Chaoga was different. He wished that his peach blossom luck could be cut off. The manpower is sometimes poor, and the man with the most solid foundation can sometimes be too busy. After 3 breaths, this small peach imprint disappeared from the palms of the two of them and could not be seen by the naked eye. But both of them knew very well that it still existed. In this regard, Lu Chaoga breathed a sigh of relief. After returning to the sect, if Shaolizi finds that there is an extra peach blossom on my left hand for no reason, I'm afraid I will think more. Lu Chaoga smiled slightly. Jiang Xinyan thought differently from him. She felt that the peach blossom in the palm was really beautiful, but now that it suddenly disappeared, she was a little disappointed. Gushu looked at the man and woman in front of him and said, "These 2 peach blossoms are given to you. If you encounter a crisis in the future, the peach blossoms in your palms will give feedback to each other and help you overcome difficulties together." Hearing the words, the two looked up at each other. They took a closer look with their spiritual senses and found that through the peach blossom imprint, there was really a faint bond between the two. In the previous life, due to the existence of the system, and because he and Jiang Xinyan had a master-disciple relationship, once the master was in danger, the system would immediately issue a rescue mission and accurate coordinate positioning. As I said before, Lu Chaoga was in a hero-saving beauty, which caused his favorability to skyrocket again, and made Jiang Xinyan fully understand his intentions. Then, the idea of sitting down and getting up from the car arose. In this life, although he and Jiang Xinyan are friends, they do not have a close relationship recognized by the system for the time being. Therefore, if Jiang Xinyan is in danger, Lu Chaoge will not receive the system prompt. I don't know how close the relationship is in the eyes of the dog system. Lu Chaoge thought to himself. Therefore, the addition of such a peach imprint now has some magical effects. Lu Chaoge knew in his heart that in his previous life, when he played Tiangshuanji, he had a lot of trouble and caused trouble. Many times, he had to rely on Jiang Xinyan, the master, to wipe his ass. Master, let me protect you in this life. He smiled crookedly and squeezed the peach blossom in his palm. The atmosphere of the scene, after the appearance of Peach Blossom, became a little different. With such an extra layer of maintenance, there is an extra layer of ambiguity. Jiang Xinyan had never had this kind of experience before, he just felt a little uncomfortable and felt strange in his heart. But in a relationship, the ambiguous period is the most interesting. Gu Shu looked at the men and women with different expressions and was very satisfied. In the words of the sand sculpture players, its mentality at the moment is, I've locked this pair of CPs, and I've swallowed the key. The disciples of the sword sect not far away also realized it. So it is. So it is. The young head of the desolate sect, and the deaconess of the 4 major sects, who have successfully cultivated, think it is exciting. The female junior holds the golden bricks, and the mother of the 5th female competition. 3,000 women's colleges, ranked in the fairy class. This body is moist, this soft rice is fragrant. For a time, many male disciples of Jianzong cast envious glances at Lu Chaoge. This is the end of the trip to the land of trials. Lu Chaoge and Jiang Xinyan left surrounded by the crowd. Many male disciples looked at Lu Chaoge's back, and 4 big characters appeared in their hearts, our model. Today, these ordinary ugly sword cultivators understand that being handsome can really do whatever they want. Some people can't help thinking, putting aside his talent and strength, if I have such a look, won't my junior sister refuse me? Soon, he wanted to slap himself. I have such looks, and am I still pursuing her? Lu Chaoge didn't know what everyone was thinking. What he was looking forward to now was the follow-up chain reaction of this trip to the trial land. His current prestige has risen a lot, but he hasn't opened it to check it again, because he knows that this is just the beginning. The 3 true disciples of Jianzong, Yu Yu, Qin Xiao, and Li Nanwei, have already been included in Lu Chaoge's mind to have problems with their brains. He hopes that the 20-odd Jianzong tool people present can do well to the job as a flyer. Don't let this seat down, he said in his heart. The internal test of Tiangshuanji is imminent. If Momin wants to attract high-end players to join, he must make a name for himself. Outside the trial ground, Jiang Xinyan's dark crow has been waiting for a long time. It had been circling around the waterfall, waiting for the 2 to come back and ride it. After seeing the 2 appear, the dark crow made a cheerful chirping sound. Then picked up the 2 and flew towards the sky. There were so many people before, but Jiang Xinyan didn't feel anything, but now there are only her and Lu Chaoge above the dark crow, but she feels a little uncomfortable. To be precise, it's not uncomfortable, but a little tight. Her folded legs were slightly clamped, and there was a chaotic mandarin duck score of a 10,000-year-old peach tree, and she couldn't return to her previous natural state for a while. Lu Chaoge didn't care, and took the initiative to chat with Jiang Xinyan to break the embarrassment. Fellow Daoist, I'm planning to go somewhere. Fellow Daoist, would you like to go with me? Jiang Xinyan was actually still distracted, and he reacted after he nodded. Instinctively, Lu Chaoge looked at her. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com smiled and said, "You should like to travel down the mountain, but there are troubles in the sect?" Jiang Xinyan nodded, but did not expand. As indifferent as she is, she will definitely not open her mouth to say that. She went down the mountain to be quiet because she was troubled by the pursuit of the male practitioners of the sect. In this regard, Lu Chaoge is well aware of this. In the past life, a group of spring and autumn mountain cultivators who did not know how high the sky was, and who did not urinate to take care of themselves, wanted to be their elders. In other words, the Taoist companion of a male master is called Sherngyang, but what should the Taoist companion of a female master be called? He looked at Jiang Xinyan and said, Chuanqiu Mountain's cultivation method is special, and there are more people in temperament. Jiang Xinyan turned his head away, not looking at Lu Chaoge, but at the white clouds in the sky, and said softly, "Fellow Taoist, what is love, what is liking, and why are there countless people in the world obsessed with this?" In modern society, if a woman suddenly said this, she might be criticized by the people around her, pretending to be pure. But Lu Chaoge knew Jiang Xinyan's specialness and the side effects of the Chuanqiu mountain exercise, so he would not have such an idea at all. On the contrary, this dog thing was pretending to be pure. He shook his head and said, "I don't understand either." Jiang Xinyan looked back in surprise, which happened to collide with Lu Chaoge's gaze. He just stared at her like this, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional. He said what he said to his master in the past life, and said it again in this life. "I don't know what it is, I only know that when a person has no one in his heart, she is the coolest time. P.S. There will be more in the future, please double the monthly pass." Chapter 97. 96. Hey, you're wrong. Cool? Hearing the word again, Jiang Xinyan was still slightly taken aback. She has been drinking with Lu Chaoge almost every day in recent days. Although she doesn't talk much, it is impossible for the two to have no communication while drinking. Most of the time, it's actually quite fun. In Lu Chaoge's mouth, she has heard many very fresh words, and this cool is one of them. The more she listened, the more likely she could understand the meaning of the word cool. At this moment, she chewed Lu Chaoge's words carefully, although it sounded like a lie, but thinking about it carefully, she felt that it also made some sense. Seeing that she was still thinking wildly, Lu Chaoge changed the subject and said, "Taoist friend, I have told you so many interesting things in the world. Taoist friend, might as well tell me about your troubles on spring and autumn mountain, so that I can be happy too." Ha ha ha. When Jiang Xinyan heard the words, she couldn't help being slightly annoyed. She took out a jade gourd from the storage ring, threw it to Lu Chaoge, and then took off the jade gourd hanging from her waist. This means to drink right. She opened the stopper and took a sip of the spring sleep that not many people in the world were used to drinking. It was rare to pour bitter water here at Lu Chaoge. Lu Chaoge listened quietly, although he had already heard it once in his previous life. How should I put it, just like the level of education on earth is not necessarily the same as the level of personality in the world of practice. The same is true. In the spring and autumn mountains, there is no shortage of people with advanced cultivation, and there are also a lot of great practitioners, but this does not mean that these male practitioners are sufficiently graceful. Some practitioners in spring and autumn mountain have a magnified desire for lust. When they pursue it, they are aggressive, but after being rejected with a cold face, whether they can maintain their tolerance is really two things. Jiang Xinyan's nature is cold, and after practicing the exercises of Chuanqiu mountain, it is even more serious. But this kind of iceberg beauty just can inspire some men's desire to climb the hardest mountain. Lu Chaoga understands that men love to climb mountains, otherwise there would not be so many people who would say, in this materialistic world, only Nizi can give people warmth. But this mountain is soft. It's still warm. It is true that some people love to climb icy and hard mountains and show their strength by conquering. It's just that as Jiang Xinyan refused more, some cold words followed. Some people, after being rejected, will slander the other party in order to save their face. Many people may also say in a happy tone that it is not a good thing to be a Taoist companion for a lifetime with a person of this temperament. She didn't care that much, but she felt noisy. Now, Lu Chaoga wanted to hear her embarrassing story, so she took it out and said it. Lu Chaoga didn't think Jiang Xinyan was a difficult person to get along with. Nor did he feel it was uncomfortable to stay with such a person for a long time. He saw a passage that he found quite interesting. You think the old lady is not easy to get along with because the old lady doesn't want to get along with you. Otherwise, the old lady is not only easy to get along with, but also damn cute. Lu Chaoga looked at Jiang Xinyan, took a sip of chuanmian, and exhaled a sip of wine happily, and said, have you ever heard the saying that if you can't eat grapes, the grapes are sour? Jiang Xinyan looked at Lu Chaoga and nodded. Lu Chaoga continued, they haven't really gotten along with Taoist friends, so naturally they have no right to speak. In recent days, Taoist and I have been getting along day and night, and I don't think it is a good thing to stay with Taoist friends. Uncomfortable things. On the contrary, I feel that it is easier than others. To be honest, Lu Chaoga has always been a little angry about these trash talk. He looked directly into Jiang Xinyan's eyes, the corners of his mouth crooked, and gradually turned into a tug, and he said word by word. I ate the grapes they couldn't eat. Extremely sweet. Shoo, on the dark crow. Jiang Xinyan was stunned for a few seconds, then turned his head sharply. As the sun sets, the crows fly among the clouds. It's just strange that there are a few pieces of red sunset light that sneaked onto Jiang Xinyan's pretty face, and the reflection was extraordinarily crimson. On the other side, outside the trial site of Sword Sect, after Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan left, more than 20 streams of light flashed across the sky. It was one flying sword after another. The sword cultivators traveled together, and the momentum was still very large. Rows of flying swords are running side by side, and from a visual point of view, the effect is excellent. It is also for this reason that after the arrival of the sand sculpture players, every national day every year, a bunch of sword repair players line up in the air, fly through the air neatly, and create one mighty square after another. The brilliance of socialism is pouring down everywhere. Among these flying swords, the most dazzling is the spirit sword, first view, which is firmly standing in the C position. And its owner, Yu Yu, was in the crowd, with a feeling of being surrounded by stars. Next to Yu Yu is Chen Xiao, a useless person who is also disliked by Lu Chaoga. The rest of the others came to the place of trial to change shifts with the station disciples, while Yu Yu and Chen Xiao had the task of being a teacher, but they just happened to be on the way, so they came with a group of fellow disciples, which was considered a companion. Originally, after arriving here, Yu Yu and Chen Xiao could leave, but there is a 4-character mantra. The name is, come here. The 10,000 years peach tree is inside. This is a highly respected senior. Yu Yu and Chen Xiao have both arrived at the door. They must go in and visit, otherwise it will be rude. Everyone passed through the waterfall together, making more than 20 puffs, and then entered the water curtain cave behind the waterfall one by one. After entering the cave, they began to go deeper. When I walked to the periphery of the trial ground, I only heard that the disciples inside were still talking. Yu Yu and Chen Xiao stopped together after hearing a keyword, and then looked at each other. What they heard was, the head of the road. The head of this road, shouldn't it be the one we think in our hearts? After sensing that someone was coming in, the disciples stationed in the trial ground immediately stood up. Seeing that Yu Yu was among them, everyone immediately became enthusiastic. Yu Yu is still the same, looking personable and self-restrained. He is already handsome and beautiful, and when he smiles, he will give people the feeling of spring breeze. His smile can instantly bring people closer and make people feel close. It's just that he will maintain the right sense of distance, and it is actually difficult to communicate with him. Yu Yu said hello one by one, and he could call out the names of everyone present. When these people heard that Yu Yu actually remembered them, they couldn't help but get even more excited. In fact, when she was not by Lu Chaoga's side, Yu Yu still had some of the charm that a world protagonist should have. After that, Yu Yu and the others hurriedly went to see Senior Ancient Tree. It's just that Senior Gushu lacks interest, and his enthusiasm for facing Yu Yu is far less than 1/10 of Lu Chaoga's. Of course, if Yu Yu brings her sister to visit one day, this old peach tree who loves to match people may also have a better attitude. Yu Yu didn't take it seriously when she saw that Senior Gushu was too lazy to pay attention to him. What he cares most about now is the content of the discussions just now. Yu Yu's eyes swept to the high wall. There were wooden plaques on the wall, which were the list of trial places. The first realm list and the third realm list are nothing to see. The first is him. His eyes fell on the top of the second realm list, and he couldn't take it away for a long time. Momin, Yu Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com Lu Chaoga. Yu Yu couldn't help but mutter. Chen Xiao followed Yu Yu's gaze and looked forward, and when he saw Lu Chaoga's time to break through the barrier, he couldn't help but shake his useless body. It took 30 breaths less than senior brother Yu Yu. Chen Xiao was shocked. The surrounding disciples saw that Yu Yu was always staring at the list, and the two groups had different attitudes. The original station disciples began to speculate about Yu Yu's psychological activities, thinking that he must be just like us before. Shocked and confused, it must be complicated anyway. The new guard disciples who came to change shifts all said, Momin? Never heard of it. Lu Chaoga, I've never heard of it. My Qingzhou still has such a relic of the sea, this customs clearance time. Sigh. Yu Yu looked at her classmates and said, everyone, can you tell me in detail? Soon, everyone, with your words, described Lu Chaoga's breakthrough scene. However, what they didn't expect was that where they thought Yu Yu would be shocked, Yu Yu was expressionless. Such a sword intent. He was not surprised. And where they didn't think it was very important, Yu Yu's reaction was a bit strong. For example, the head of the road came with the seniors of Chuanqiu Mountain. For example, the seniors of Gushu also gave them a peach blossom as an emotional bond between the two. Yu Yu heard the words, her eyebrows could not help wrinkling, and she instinctively said, P.S. The 4th update is over, please ask for a subscription, I want to get the badge with the first subscription of over 10,000, there is a chance. Chapter 98. 97, Supreme Swordsmanship. The sword sect and sword cultivators present looked at each other in dismay when they saw Yu Yu's strange reaction. Jianyi and Jianxin's transparency were not enough to shock Yu Yu. Instead, he heard that there was a female senior in the head of Lu who was suspected of being a Taoist companion, and instinctively frowned. Yes, he must feel that he is no worse than the head of the road, and he has always maintained his pride, and his sword heart is as solid as a rock, so he is indifferent to these defiant feats. He didn't care at all about the head of the road who might threaten his reputation as the first swordsman of the younger generation. Perhaps, this is the confidence of the flawless sword body. Only Chen Xiao knows that this is not the case. Why doesn't Yu care about sect leader Lu? He cares more than anyone else. The reason why Yu had such a big reaction after hearing Jiang Xinyan was because he felt that he had been deceived and deceived his feelings. Senior brother Chaoga, you lied to me. Yu's heart was complicated. There is anger, there is confusion, there is grievance, and there is conflict. He remembered very clearly that when he was a child, Lu Chaoga stood on the boulder and looked down at him. Xiao Yue, do you want to learn Supreme Sword Manual? The corner of Lu Chaoga's mouth rose, but his tone was extraordinarily serious. Yu in her childhood opened her mouth slightly and nodded vigorously. Supreme swordsmanship, it sounds very powerful. In fact, Lu Chaoga was idle and had nothing to do. At that time, he had the body of a child at any time, but he had the heart of an adult. He played Yu as a child and made fun of him from time to time. Therefore, the so-called Supreme Sword Manual, but what he saw on the internet. Remember, I only told you about the Supreme Sword Manual, and I only said its general outline once. Lu Chaoga acted very seriously. Yu's expression also became solemn. Without a woman in your heart, draw your sword and be a god. Lu Chaoga said solemnly. In his childhood, Yu didn't understand at all. He didn't even reach the age of first love, but he silently wrote down this sentence in his heart. Woman, it will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Later, when he grew up, he also vaguely felt that senior brother Chaoga had some bad taste and deliberately made fun of himself. Until he saw the appearance of the brothers and sisters of Jianzhong when they were trapped in love. He got it. Facts have proved that there is a senior brother who has really improved his kendo after breaking the love barrier. No wonder brother Chaoga said that the second page of Supreme Sword Manual is, forget your sweetheart. When he was a child, he struggled to ask about the follow-up content, but Lu Chaoga smiled without saying a word. So far, he seems useless to this book, but it may contain some follow-up content of Supreme Sword Manual that reveals some truth, but it also seems to be crooked, so he is very curious. But what did I hear today? Brother Chaoga, there is a Taoist companion. No. How can it be? It doesn't make sense. Impossible. Even if brother Chaoga lied to me, there is no saying, every joke has a certain truth in it. It's just that Lu Chaoga deliberately teased him and didn't tell him the follow-up content of Supreme Sword Manual. The third page of Supreme Sword Manual, Lowly, can make your sword faster. The fourth page of Supreme Sword Manual, Sister Yu, can make your sword more ruthless. Supreme Sword Manual, page 5, Rich women can make your sword better. The last page of Supreme Swordsmanship, hold your sister in your arms. Double your combat power. Yu raised her head and looked at the wooden plaque with Lu Chaoga's name written on it on the top of the list. He felt that brother Chaoga betrayed the revolutionary friendship. He even wanted to go to Momin now. Ask clearly. But he had the task of Sherman, and he was about to leave here and rush to the task location. Seeing that Yu kept her brows furrowed, all the fellow swordsmen didn't know what to say for a while. At this time it was still that junior sister Sue, and suddenly her eyes lit up, as if she had remembered something. She folded her legs, raised her hips, summoned up her courage, and said to her former idol, Senior Brother Yu, Senior Brother Yu. Huh? What's wrong? Yu raised her head, showing a signature spring breeze-like smile, and said, Junior Sister Sue, I just lost my mind. Seeing that senior brother Yu's attitude was very good, junior sister Sue boldly said, "Senior brother Yu, I remember that you used to mention a mysterious senior brother from Sword Sect's subordinate sect." As soon as these words came out, the number one dog-legged Chen Xiao sitting beside Yu couldn't sit still. His pupils shrank, his heart beat faster, and his adrenaline was secreting frantically. It was almost a situation. Before Yu could speak, Chen Xiao said loudly, "Of course not. How is it possible? Don't talk nonsense. Don't be suspicious." The Sword Sect disciples were stunned again. Why is this true senior brother in such a high mood today? "No, it's not. Junior sister Sue, who was yelled at, moved her little but back, rubbed her buttocks on the ground, and turned back slightly, feeling a little aggrieved. Chen Xiao realized his gaffe. He was always keen on pretending, and he always cared about his image. But for this gaffe, he has no regrets at all. Because, this is the secret that my brother Yu and I guard together. 10,000 Birds Forest, Bird City. 10,000 Birds Forest is a very special forest, where a large number of birds live. The amazing thing is that these birds are not migratory birds, they never migrate and have always lived in this forest. In the entire 10,000 Birds Forest area, there is no cultivation sect, nor too many mortals living, only a small town called Flying Bird City. There are not many people in the city, and the occupations are very single. Most of them make a living by picking fruits and make money by selling a special kind of fruit in Wanya Forest. This bird city is also one of the destinations of Lu Chaoge's trip. According to the time and plot projections, there will be major events here. And this bird city has a special feature that will be reflected in the near future. It is a novice village. Tiangshuanji is about to undergo an internal beta test, and there are not many places for the internal beta test, only 10,000 places. The number of 10,000 seems to be a lot, but the 22nd century is the era of national games, and it is really nothing. Since only 10,000 players were fortunate enough to be the first to come to the profound sky realm during the internal test, only 10 novice villages were opened during the internal test, and each novice village had 1,000 people. This bird city, located in a desolate place, is one of the 10 novice villages. In the previous life, Lu Chaoge successfully obtained the internal test quota through his banknote ability and interpersonal relationship. The novice village he came to was Bird City. Therefore, he can be said to be clear about the plot prospects of Bird City before the internal test. At this moment, the sun is rising, and the east is spitting white. The industrious workers of Bird City got up in the morning, embraced the sun, and started a new working day. They are simple and simple. They only know how to pick the vermilion bird fruit in the 10,000 birds forest and hunt birds day after day. Children fight birds, adults fight birds, and old people also fight birds. The people of Bird City are best at fighting birds. Suzaku fruit is a very magical fruit, and it can be added to some wines to add a unique taste. At the same time, when making soup, dripping a little Suzaku fruit juice is also useful. Therefore, this fruit is very popular and sells very well in the mortal world, almost in short supply. In the Osaka forest, there are a large number of Suzaku fruit trees, which can produce the highest quality Suzaku fruit every year. It's a pity that this kind of fruit is also the favorite of the birds, so the bird fighting team was established. The people of Bird City are responsible for watering, fertilizing, and exterminating the fruit trees. They are also diligent. And the birds do nothing on weekdays, but they want to prostitute fruit for nothing. Simply hateful. Oh no, they also contributed bird shit. In fact, birds can also be considered to be contributing, after all, when There is no fruit to eat, they will also eat worms. But when the fruit is not fully ripe, they will start to eat the fruit, which is the most unbearable thing for the people of Bird City. Beat. Must hit hard. If they foam at the mouth, beat the bird until it foams at the mouth. Of course, since the birds are also responsible for deworming, they won't be wiped out. Humans and birds are in a state of being in a state of their own abilities. And the battle for fruit is launched every year. Today, an uninvited guest came to the 10,000 birds forest. It was a man, shrouded in a black cloak. Inside his hood, a little silver thread was exposed. He has white hair, and his eyes are as cloudy as an old man. Although only a pair of eyes are exposed, the wrinkles around the corners of his eyes are deep, and there are slight spots on his forehead. This man moved slowly, holding a carving knife in his hand, and carved one after another complicated and obscure characters all over the 10,000 birds forest. After the engraving, he would take out a small bottle from the storage ring, pour red blood from it, and cover the characters. The blood of the red bird, plus the blood formation, it will definitely work. It will definitely work, cough cough cough. He coughed as he spoke, as if he wanted to cough up his lungs. Coughing, he coughed up blood. This cultivator has a very short life. He is not very old, he has just turned 40 this year, and he is still a young man among practitioners. But due to some special reasons, his vitality has almost dried up. I can't die, Ji Washan, can't die. Cough, cough, dot. After he carved the magic circle all over the 10,000 birds forest, his face showed fierceness and rejection. He glanced at the birds flying freely above, and said hoarsely, I'm sorry. I just want to live. After he finished speaking, he scratched his palm with a carving knife. The strange thing is that the blood on his body is actually black, and there is also a faint black gas. Ji Washan pressed his slashed palm against the obscure characters painted with the blood of the red bird, and the next moment, his turbid eyes turned crimson. One after another black air flow spread out from his palm, and the piercing pain made him let out a shrill roar, ah. These black chi were like hideous ghost faces, and then rushed towards the surroundings. They drilled into the bodies of one bird after another, and in an instant, the eyes of these birds also turned crimson. Ji Washan began to try to devour the vitality in their bodies in order to keep themselves alive. This magic circle was obtained by him in a secret realm. These forbidden techniques should not have been done by practitioners, but facing the fear of death, he had no other way. He didn't know how many birds he needed to devour for it to work. He only knew that the current situation was a little out of control, and in an instant, countless birds became strange. They become bloodthirsty. Once, their favorite vermilion bird fruit is no longer so attractive. Its juice, the birds no longer want to devour. What they long for now is life. It is a life that can be plundered. There is a problem, what went wrong? Cough, cough. Ji Washan coughed up blood again. He did not devour the vitality of the birds as he wished, but now, these birds are caught in a frenzy. Flocks of birds began to gather at high altitudes, and they first began to suck the vitality in the fruit trees. They pecked a few times, as if they had a straw in their mouth, and could directly hollow out the fruit tree. The hard fruit trees soon weakened, and the wood began to loosen and become limp. And the desires of these birds are still expanding. Their current target may be fruit trees, but the next target is likely to be the surrounding animals, and people. After all these fruit trees have been sucked clean, their bewitching red eyes will stare at Bird City. It was only at this moment that Ji Washan realized that the evil formation he carved was far from what he imagined. Run, was his first thought. But he soon hung up a wry smile. My life is short, so what's the use of running away? Where can I run to? I didn't want to hurt people, he staggered towards Bird City while muttering to himself. He knew that in every mortal city, there was a circle of protection for the city depicted by practitioners to prevent emergencies. It's too desolate here, and he doesn't know if there is any. UU reading www.sonicmtl.com. He only knew that the evil formation he had portrayed might make the entire Bird City buried with him. There is a magic circle. There is a magic circle. Ji Washan was surprised when he came to the outside of Flying Bird City. While coughing up blood, he poured spiritual power into the magic circle. There seems to be a problem with this array. What made him most desperate was that his body was stained with the blood of the red bird, and his spiritual power also contained part of the power of the alien beast, the red bird, and the magic circle was rejecting his spiritual power. He wanted to repair the magic circle, but found that spiritual power could not be instilled at all. It's over, it's over. Ji Washan showed despair. He began to tremble all over, and his expression was a little grim. I'm going to die, what am I supposed to do? It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. I am a dying person, I am going to die. I am going to die. I'm going to die. At this time, he suddenly saw a man in a cyan robe descend gracefully. Ji Washan had to admit that this man was the most handsome man he had ever seen in his life, just like an immortal in the world. Is it a hallucination? He was already a little stunned. Immediately afterwards, he knew it was not a hallucination. Because the man walked in front of him, and then kicked him. He raised his head, looked at people with his nostrils, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said impatiently, Go away. P.S. Thanks to everyone, I got the first order breaking 10,000 badges. Chapter 1, 4,000 words, ask for double monthly pass. Chapter 99. 98, What is the power of heaven and earth? Ji Washan never thought that this exiled man would give him a direct kick. When he met him, he obviously has an immortal face, but why is his action so rude? His body was seriously damaged, and the vitality in his body was almost exhausted. To put it bluntly, although he was only 40 years old, his body was already seriously aging, and this kick directly broke him. Lu Chaoga glanced at him coldly and ignored him. He knows the famous saying, after I die, let him flood the sky. This sentence came from the mouth of foreigners, and there is controversy. Some people say that Louis XIV, some people say Louis XV, and some people say it was a mistress. But the meaning of this sentence is easy to understand. Lu Chaoga is very clear that there are a lot of such people in this world. Especially some high-ranking people. But he doesn't like it. It feels so flat to hear. Of course, there is another reason that, as the son of heaven, and in the world of self-cultivation, 80% of his destiny is to live forever with his sister. You are dead, despite the flood. Have you considered people like us who will not die? It's really annoying, he said in his heart. After Ji Washan, who was in the way, was kicked away, Lu Chaoga turned his gaze to the array, and then he suddenly realized that he couldn't do it, and neither could I. Lu Chaoga didn't study the magic array, but Lu Dongli was studying it every day, thinking about repairing the Moments Mountain Protection Array. More secure. As I said earlier, Lu Chaoga has always suspected that all of his sisters' special attribute points are as high as 9 points. She doesn't seem to be the ultimate in any aspect, but everything can be learned once she learns it. When he saw that Lu Dongli was studying the way of formation, he felt that he Didn't need to waste his experience points on this. Bird City's magic circle has serious problems, and he can't solve it anyway. Fellow Daoist, are you good at this? Lu Chaoge shouted without looking back. Slightly understand. Jiang Xinyan's cold voice came. Lu Chaoge turned sideways spontaneously, classified himself into the ranks of those who got in the way, and handed over the work of repairing the formation to Jiang Xinyan. Ji Huishan only felt that a slender figure appeared in front of his eyes. This woman tied 3,000 blue silk into a high ponytail, curvy, and slender legs. She is tall and has delicate facial features. She is about 1.7 meters tall. Her neck is extraordinarily slender and beautiful, and her deep-set collarbone is also a little sexy. The most important thing is that her temperament is too cold. This kind of temperament that does not eat human fireworks is like a goddess above the 9 heavens. And the breath emanating from her body made Ji Yueshan tremble. Great cultivator. It turned out to be a great practitioner. Jiang Xinyan began to repair the array, while Lu Chaoge looked at the dark cloud not far away. That piece of blackness is full of birds that have gathered together. Their eyes are red, bloodthirsty, and cruel. They have already lost their minds and only want to deprive them of life. The blood of the blood formation and the alien beast Chi-bird caused them to fall into a frenzy. Lu Chaoge tricked Jiang Xinyan into coming here, under the banner that there is the highest quality vermilion bird fruit here. Jiang Xinyan loves to drink Chun Mian, and Lu Chaoge restructured Chun Mian for her, which added vermilion bird fruit. In this regard, Jiang Xinyan was happy to go. Her desire to be magnified was originally the desire to speak, and in this regard, she couldn't help it. Her tongue is very tricky, and ordinary things can't satisfy her. However, she doesn't bother with anything that suits her taste, even if it is thousands of miles away. Bringing Jiang Xinyan here to pick Suzaku fruit is one of Lu Chaoge's goals. And the most important thing is the bird disaster here. In his previous life, he came to the novice village of Bird City, and the first task he received was to kill the birds outside the city. At that time, he just regarded these silly birds as little monsters outside the novice village, and when he saw them rushing like crazy, he only thought that the experience points were waving at him. He wished that the more birds flying outside the city, the better. But this time is different. Will die. Lu Chaoge remembered very clearly that although the defensive circle of Bird City was incomplete, it started spontaneously after a lot of blood energy appeared in the city. At that time, at least 100 people died in the city. The magic formation lasted for 20 days. Since there were no sects of practice around, and no practitioners passed by, the bird disaster has not been resolved, and the people in the city have been trapped. Until the player came later, the closed beta began. This short piece of novice plot is actually not eye-catching, and I don't have much impression on Lu Chaoge later on. When receiving the task of killing birds, he only glanced at the prospect introduction in the task. The death toll in the city is nothing but a cold number. Everyone is playing games, these numbers are not important, that is, to increase the sense of realism and substitution. But now, he has made his own choice. That gentle couple taught their son and daughter from a young age. Cultivation first cultivates the mind. In fact, Lu Chaoge has always been a reckless person, and his first rule of conduct is to make me feel good. However, his parents died because of guarding, so, as their child, if he doesn't take guarding seriously, that would be the greatest disrespect to this gentle couple. Looking at the main plot of the entire Tiangshuanji, the novice plot in this closed beta stage is too small. But Lu Chaoge recently wanted to understand a truth. He looked up at the bird calamity in the sky and muttered to himself. A speck of ashes from the times falling on people is a mountain. Jiang Xinyan heard that, although he didn't know why Lu Chaoge felt so emotional, he also felt that this sentence had some meaning. And Lu Chaoge's next sentence whispered, so she couldn't help but glance at the man who was only in the second realm. Not too late, appeared in Lu Chaoge's hands. Today, this seed is going to be moved. Over the 10,000 birds forest, the flock of birds has all gathered together. Today is a cloudy day, the sky is already gray, and there are many dark clouds that are very low. At this moment, the dark clouds and the flock of birds are gathered together. And there is a feeling of the dark clouds are pressing down on the city and the city is about to be destroyed. In the early morning, the people in the city were planning to leave the city. But the vision outside the city frightened the energetic workers back again. They had never seen anything in the world, and they were immediately stunned. On weekdays, it is still very terrifying that the weak birds gather densely together. If there are sand sculpture players present, they may not help but realize something, and then sing a song. Unity is strength. Jiang Xinyan quickly repaired the magic circle. The city guarding magic circle was activated, and a light curtain wrapped the entire bird city, directly isolating the city from the outside. She just said that she understood a little, but she thought it was a humble speech. In the formation, she should have done a lot of research. Master is really easy to use. Lu Chaoge couldn't help but express the emotion he often had in his previous life. It was raining and raining lightly in the sky. Jiang Xinyan wanted to use spiritual power to drive away the rain, but found that the raindrops would naturally bypass her. She glanced at Lu Chaoge's back with a very shallow smile on her face. Ji Wuxian, who was kicked and fractured by Lu Chaoge, was lying on the ground. He was weak and his hair was wet from the rain. Now that there are great cultivators present, Ji Wuxian can be considered relieved. He knew that there should be no problem with the bird disaster. But what he didn't understand was why this rude sword cultivator had only the second realm of cultivation, why he could speak madly. Looking at his posture, it seems that he does not pay attention to the densely packed birds in the air. With the blessing of the blood formation and the blood of the red bird, Ji Wuxian did not think that Lu Chaoge could solve these problems without Jiang Xinyan's action. In fact, in the eyes of Lu Chaoge, the birds are densely populated with red monsters. These little monsters outside the novice village are not very valuable, and one does not provide much experience points, but now they are gathered together like this, and they are gathered in the sky above the blood formation, which is incredible. After 3 breaths, they had completely absorbed the power of the blood formation and the blood of the red bird, and began to attack the city. Lu Chaoge held, not too late, and said, no matter how many places there are, they are just birds. The city is to be entered from the city gate, not for you to carry out air raids. Power of water, the flying bird that was drenched by the drizzle only felt that the water droplets on his body were so heavy. A drop of rain in the sky, under the control of Lu Chaoge, fell on them like a big mountain. Lu Chaoge said lightly, this road is dead. He raised his right hand, and the void pressed down. A large number of birds were pressed down by the water droplets, and then smashed to the ground. Ji Wuxian, who was on the verge of death, was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. How could a sword cultivator in the second realm have such mysterious power? No, this is the power of heaven and earth. The Enlightener. He is the Enlightener. Ji Wuxian did not expect that in the last journey of his life, he would be able to see the great practitioner and the legendary Enlightener. Lu Chaoge shook his right hand gently in the void, and every time his fingertips hooked down, a large number of birds smashed down. The drops of water falling in the air were controlled by him to a great degree, and with Jiang Xinyan's vision, he also felt that his eyes were bright. In this rainy weather, Lu Chaoge felt that he had the home field advantage. The raindrops falling from the sky made him feel extra kind. The power of water in his body was also very active due to the weather. The cloudy and rainy days greatly increased his strength. He closed his eyes and began to feel the water droplets rippling in the air. There seems to be an inextricable connection between them and themselves. His understanding and manipulation of water has gone to the next level. Lu Chaoge decided to play something new. He still raised his right hand, his fingertips hooked down, and the bird that was about to fly in front of him was directly pierced by the rain like a thin needle. Water can be ever-changing. The corners of his mouth rose, feeling the taste was very strange. Unconsciously, he was a little addicted to it. Jiang Xinyan stood by and looked at him. She could sense that Lu Chaoge was strengthening his control and perception of the power of heaven and earth. But with the strength of her divine consciousness, she could see at a glance that although Lu Chaoge's body's spiritual power and water power are very abundant, far beyond human beings, there are thousands of flying birds. His spiritual power and water power are not enough. Jiang Xinyan used his spiritual power to protect him in front of Lu Chaoge. However, it didn't take a moment for an obvious wave of spiritual energy to spread beside Lu Chaoge. He was frantically harvesting experience points, and decisively chose upgrade for himself. He didn't expect these birds to be excellent hand training tools, allowing him to unlock various poses of the power of water. He is going to try the power of water in many ways today, which is a rare opportunity. Anyway, with Jiang Xinyan protecting him, he won't have any trouble. At the right time and place, he has it all. In Bird City, the people looked at the translucent barrier in the sky and the birds that were constantly being shot down in the sky. How could they not understand the situation? A practitioner. A practitioner. There are practitioners to protect us. Lucky, really lucky. They didn't know that, according to the normal plot trend, some people in the crowd should be sucked away by the birds in the air. Lu Chaoge killed quickly, but he still didn't feel comfortable enough. At this moment, his spiritual power has been exhausted twice, so he has raised his character level to level 23. A large number of birds slaughtered him, and after he was promoted 2 levels, he actually earned a small amount of experience points. Next, try to incorporate the sword intent. He thought. He previously fused the power of water with sword intent, which he called splashing ink. But now he deeply feels that the power of water is ever-changing, so his splashing ink should also be extremely changeable. Splashing ink on the scroll of heaven and earth, you can walk the dragons and snakes freely, wantonly, and unrestrained. The rain in the air, under the control of the power of water, gradually gathered together. Reading www.sonicmtl.com. Then they were no longer droplets, but turned into a dense mist. The water mist spreads out in the air, and the area that the mist can cover is naturally much larger than before. Fortunately, Lu Chaoge got 1 point of divine sense, and his spiritual sense has been improved. Otherwise, he really couldn't bear the manipulation in this range. The water mist enveloped the densely packed birds, and in the next moment, the ink-colored sword intent merged into the water mist. Ink and fog merged, as if Lu Chaoge drew endless ink mountains and rivers in the air with his gestures. From a distance, it looks like a mirage. Whether it is artistic conception or beauty, it has reached the peak. Immediately afterwards, the mirage-like mountains of ink and wash in the sky descended from the sky. Countless birds only felt a force of gravity exerted on their wings. They weren't injured, but it was difficult to flap their wings. The body suddenly lost control. Under the cover of thousands of mountains, the birds whose wings could not move freely fell one after another. Lu Chaoga's spiritual power and water power were exhausted, and he immediately rose to another level, and then forced himself to continue. An astonishing scene happened. When the ink painting Qianshan fell to the ground, there was no more bird in the sky. Thousands of birds are flying. P.S. The second update is also a 4,000-word chapter. Currently, the new book ranks second on the monthly pass list and 10th in the total monthly pass list. Ask for double the monthly pass. In addition, ask, today 2 chapters are big chapters, do you like this big and rude, or small but more frequent? Chapter 199, Heaven's Hand. After ink Qianshan fell, the drizzle began to fall. The air was filled with the smell of blood, the bloody smell of blood, formations and bird corpses. Ji Yueshan was lying on the ground, coughing up blood constantly. He knew that his life had come to an end after all. But in the last days of his life, he finally understood what the power of heaven and earth is. So, is this the legendary power of heaven and earth? Ji Yueshan thought to himself. Lu Chaoga put, not too late, behind him and walked to Jiang Xinyan's side. Both of them glanced at Ji Yueshan lying on the ground, and then looked at each other. Jiang Xinyan rushed to Lu Chaoga and shook his head. This man can't be saved. Lu Chaoga nodded slightly, not showing much compassion. Ji Yueshan raised his head, glanced at the gloomy sky again, and closed his eyes forever. After simply disposing of Ji Yueshan's body, Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan went to the 10,000 birds forest. Although the bird disaster has been removed, the blood formation is still there. To dismantle this formation, there will be no future troubles. Along the way, Jiang Xinyan looked at Lu Chaoga and said, have fellow Taoists been forcibly suppressing their realm? Just now, Lu Chaoga broke through the 3-layer small state. Although it can be seen that he has just entered a very mysterious state, it is a bit exaggerated. Lu Chaoga smiled crookedly and said, guess. The cold Jiang Xinyan would naturally not reply in a boring way, guess I. Guess or not. She listened to Lu Chaoga and didn't respond positively, so she didn't ask any more questions. In fact, Lu Chaoga has always had experience points, which is no different from deliberately suppressing the realm. It's just that, like Shaolizi, she can't hold back her realm sooner or later. But Lu Chaoga won't. He walked in front and talked eloquently, Taoist friend, have you heard the rumors of Jianzuan? According to legend, Jianzuan broke through a big realm in one day. Jiang Xinyan nodded, this deed is widely spread, and almost everyone knows it in the cultivation world. If I say I can do it, fellow Taoist is credible? Lu Chaoga stopped and looked at Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan was slightly taken aback. Just kidding, kidding. Lu Chaoga waved his hand, continued walking forward, and picked up a few vermilion bird fruits. In the 10,000 birds forest, some fruit trees suffered damage, but there are many intact ones. Lu Chaoga felt that he had solved the bird disaster, and it was not too much to take some vermilion bird fruit as a reward. Jiang Xinyan looked at the man who was picking fruit, and couldn't help but think of the words of the elder Gushu, don't rely on yourself as a great cultivator. With time, you may not be worthy of him. The blood formation was located in the center of the 10,000 birds forest, flashing a dim red light. Obviously, the energy of this formation is close to exhaustion, but it is not completely exhausted. Lu Chaoga lifted, not too late, and swung several swords one after another, directly destroying the formation and erasing the blood of the red bird on the ground. Along the way, the ground was full of the corpses of birds. They contributed a Lot of experience points to Lu Chaoga, which made his embezzled funds a little richer. It's a pity that these birds are contaminated and cannot be eaten. Otherwise, Jiang Xinyan could have a taste of the big bird. In terms of cooking, Lu Chaoga's current state is to launch a new dish from time to time that Jiang Xinyan has never tasted, but he will not launch all of them in one go. Appetite is sometimes important. His purpose is, some things don't have to be done in one night, and we are not in a hurry, we can do it every night. Lu Chaoga runs his spiritual power. Then he spoke loudly, and the sound immediately echoed around and spread to Osaka City. The head of the Momen, Lu Chaoga, the bird disaster has been resolved. The bird corpses here cannot be used, please remember. Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly, feeling that his confidant was as careful as ever, a man who paid attention to details. She didn't know that Lu Chaoga paid attention to details on the one hand, and on the other hand, he had to tell others my Gao surname in order to increase his prestige. At the same time, it also prepares the ground for sand sculpture players to come to Novice Village and lay a foreshadowing. It's just that when 1,000 players come to Bird City, they may accidentally find that there are dense mobs outside the other 9 novice villages, but here we have nothing outside the village. Others are diligently killing monsters, and they have a lot of fun. They can only do some daily tasks and accumulate experience. You may not believe it when you say it, but in that forest, with a radius of dozens of miles, we have a large team of 1,000 people, and we haven't seen a single wild monster. Do you know how I passed the internal test? Every day is to pick fruit, and become a farmer in the game. The internal test was lonely. In this regard, robbing monsters so thoroughly is completely Lu Chaoga, who is exhausted and fishing, without any psychological burden. This is just an internal test, not a public test, so it doesn't hurt. He didn't take it to heart at all. What's more, in a few days, the internal test time will come, and I will come back to this bird city. The son of heaven's choice in this cathedral, isn't it more fragrant than these little birds? He was a little envious of these players, and he was really lucky. Lost the sesame seeds and picked up the watermelon. Still a stunner. What a group of children chosen by God. He sighed in his heart. Behind the 10,000 birds forest, there is a small hillside. This hillside doesn't even deserve a name, and it's bare, with only sparse vegetation all over the hill, like your hair. At this moment, an old man is standing on the top of the mountain. This old man can't say that he has a childlike appearance, but he is also quite immortal. He wears a yellow robe, embroidered with 2 ceremonies and gossip, and holds a slender bamboo stick in his hand. If you look closely, it is not difficult to find that the old man's eyes are very turbid. The color of his eyes is not like ordinary people, and it is slightly gray. This is a half-blind man. At this moment, his turbid gray-black eyes looked far ahead, staring at Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan in the 10,000 birds forest. Since the two appeared, his consciousness has always stayed on them, carefully observing their every move. Rao is that Jiang Xinyan, who is about to complete the 5th realm, has never noticed this ray of spiritual exploration. This half-blind old man is like a ray of ghosts in the world, making people unaware. Not to mention that he was standing on the hillside at the moment, keeping a certain distance from Wan Yaolin. Even if he stood a little closer, Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan would not be able to find him. In terms of the attainment and potential of divine consciousness, there are not many people in the entire profound sky realm that can match him. Even the recognized number 1 powerhouse in Qingzhou, Lord Jianzuan of Jianzhong, can't do it. In this regard, the half-blind old man has his own pride. He is nicknamed Tianji Sanren and has no name. His real name even he himself forgot. In his opinion, those who spy on heaven's secrets are like a star in the night sky, overlooking the world. I am no longer a member of the human world, so naturally I don't need a name anymore. The old man has lived for hundreds of years, and his biggest dream is to spy on a corner of the heaven in his life. In the end, he really got his wish. At that moment, he felt that he was a prophet in the world. With his half-blind eyes, he can see things no one else can see. What the old man saw was the future. Even in the process, he saw the end of his life. In the concept of many people, life has meaning because it is full of various unknowns. Until the end, how can we know life and death? This is a very interesting thing. But the old man didn't think so. After looking into his own life, he felt that his life was complete. This is heaven's gift to him. It is his lifelong pursuit. At the same time, it also made him gradually understand the meaning of his existence. When the Tao of Heaven gave these, it also gave him a mission. He's not omniscient, but his eyes can see something big about to happen. Among them, some things happen naturally, and some things require him to do something. For example, the bird disaster outside Osaka City. He forged a secret realm based on the secrets he spied. Ji Yueshan, whose life was about to come to an end, walked into the secret realm and obtained the blood of the red bird and the incomplete blood formation. As the old man saw it, Ji Yueshan's every move perfectly matched the scene he had seen before. This cultivator was afraid of death, and he was unwilling, so after hesitating again and again, he chose to change his life against the sky. The destination chosen by Jiyu Mountain is 10,000 Birds Forest, because it is very desolate, there are no cultivation sects around, and there are a large number of birds living here. They can provide themselves with unlimited vitality. The half-blind old man followed Ji Yueshan all the time. He just watched all this from the sidelines, and gained a huge sense of satisfaction from what Ji Yueshan did. It's exactly the same, every move he does is exactly the same as the secret that the old man spied on. Even every word he said, every expression on his face, there was nothing wrong. He can already foresee that the bird disaster will inevitably form and the bird city will suffer a catastrophe. This is the arrangement of heaven. Why did Tian Dao do this? Tianji Sanren would not think about it. It is precisely because he spent his whole life wanting to spy on the secrets of heaven, and the more he observes fate, the more he will be in awe of the destiny. The torrent of fate is unstoppable. This was what he had learned many years ago. Fate, irreversible. Heaven and earth are like a huge chessboard, and the way of heaven is the chess player outside the chessboard. All beings are just chess pieces on the chessboard, and I am no exception. Tianji Sanqin thought. However, the old man is different from other people after all. The old man is both inside and outside the chessboard. Tian Dao is the chess player, and the old man is the chess player. Many things need him to create, need him to arrange, need him to fuel the flames. My own hand can one day drive the torrent of fate. Tian Dao is playing chess with the help of this old man. When he realized this, he trembled all over. Who else in the world of practice is as special as this old man? He felt that there would be no more. Even in the ancient times, the Lord Qingdi who changed the entire cultivation world with his own power, I'm afraid it won't work, right? Legend has it that Emperor Qing is also proficient in divination, but he does not think that Emperor Qing can also see the future. In his eyes, he was as strong as Emperor Qing, and he still hadn't survived that terrible ancient catastrophe. After the ancient catastrophe, the mighty Tian Dao was destroyed, and even the Qing Emperor, who was like a god in the world, disappeared. Facts have proved that the torrent of fate is unstoppable. Everyone is just a boat on the torrent, but some are small boats, and some are big boats. But at the moment when the huge waves set off, whether it is a small boat or a big ship, the ending is the same. He realized this quickly after acquiring this ability many years ago. Then, he began to follow the arrangement of the Tao of Heaven, and as the hand of the Tao of Heaven, he began to play the chess game. During these years, he played a total of 13 moves for Tian Dao, and Ji Yueshan, who just died, was the 13th move. In the eyes of Tianji Sanren, chess pieces like Ji Yueshan are too small. This does not make him get too much satisfaction. Because he can play very little role, the bird disaster is just a small scene. Although Tianji Sanren is very clear that the bird disaster may be just the beginning, but compared with the first-hand chess piece he played, there must be a world of difference. Yes, so far, what he is most satisfied with is the first chess move. That year, he passed by a mountain village, got the first enlightenment from heaven, and made the first move. It was a dumb child, a very dark and extremely ugly child. His name is Hiding. This child's life was too unfortunate. He was an orphan, and he was mute and unpleasant. If it weren't for the simplicity of the villagers, he might have starved to death long ago, and he would not have survived until that time by eating from hundreds of families. When the half-blind old man saw him at first glance, he felt the power of heaven. The magic flame is soaring. The magic flame is soaring. This child who looks like a stinky stone on the side of the road will look like this in the future. His existence will cause great turmoil in the entire Qingzhou, and even change the pattern of Qingzhou. In many years, this child named Hiding will cause life to be devastated and thousands of miles away. And what Tianji Sanren has to do is very simple, that is, move this chess piece and let him walk on the trajectory of his life. Therefore, in the excitement, the old man gave him a condescending look. He felt that he was like the way of heaven, approving the order of this great devil many years later. Every word I say is an edict of heaven. This son has deep roots of demons, and he will be a disaster for one party in the future, causing life to be ruined. After he finished speaking, he flew high into the sky and disappeared under the stunned eyes of these simple, but ignorant villagers. He never went to the village again, and never saw the child again. Because he is very clear that the torrent of fate has begun to flow, and he only needs to witness the results, and he can no longer spy on the process. Otherwise it will easily lead to deviations. Anyway, the destiny is hard to violate, since this black pavilion has already started, it can only go all the way. In the middle of the night, Tianji Sanren still often thinks of the shocked, timid, fearful, and helpless eyes of this black and thin child. In his opinion, that is the awe of the way of heaven. I don't know where this chess piece is now. This child has deep roots, and it should have taken root and sprouted by now. The first update of PS, 4,000 words, the top 10 of the monthly pass total list is fiercely competitive. Ask for a monthly pass.